Welcome, everybody. Regular scheduled meeting of the Engineering Committee of the Board of Architects and Engineers Examiners is taking place in Room 1B of the Davy Crockett Tower, 500 James Robertson Parkway in Nashville, Tennessee. A notice of this committee meeting was posted on the board website on March 27th, 2017. And we'll have a roll call, please.
Ricky Bursai.
Here.
Robert Campbell.
Here.
Stephen King.
Here.
Philip Lim. Laura Reinbold. Catherine Ware.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Very good. What we'll do is we'll go ahead and get started on our agenda, our applications to review. Everyone should have gotten an assignment in the mail or email based on which one to review. And we'll go ahead and go through those, what we have, and then we'll make, when Mr. Lim gets here, and he should be here, then we'll discuss his at that time, because I think our agenda looks like we've got plenty of time to be able to do that. So I have the first one, and it's, and I'm just going to pull up the whole thing. It's Arana, A-R-A-N-A, who was convicted of a felony in 2009. I approve the application. Mr. Lim would like to discuss. His application from a practice standpoint was in good shape. What his felony was back in 2009. He was taken to, there was a court proceeding because he was from Colombia. His sister was under some sort of indictment from the U.S. authorities for some thing going on in Colombia, and he supposedly tried to put some money into her account, just a brother-sister thing, and got an indictment as well. So they fought that. It looks like he was put on probation. He was put in prison in Colombia. Then the lawyer, though, made an error based on the amount. He filed a motion to vacate, and that was, I think that was done. I'm trying to make sure that basically it said that whatever time he had served was good, and he got very positive references from everybody that had worked with him over the past 20-something years, or 15 to 20 years. But I've said it looked like to me that he had served his time, and the facts around the case were not necessarily open and shut, and it looked like they done what he was supposed to have done. So my recommendation was to approve. And I'll question.
What Philip's concerns were?
I don't have those with me. No, I don't know.
Let me see what he said.
We can.
No, he just said, please bring it for committee discussion and get our lawyers.
Been practicing since 1980, so that's almost 30 years. And again, he got very good reviews from a technical. So, Madam Attorney, is there something there that we're not? Obviously, we have the ability from a felony situation or not to weigh that or not weigh that. But go ahead, since that's what Philip had requested.
I think while you discuss the other ones, I will need to
Put that on hold for just a minute and go on to the number 2 then, which is Mr. Dadka. Did Philip have that one?
Yeah, that was Philip.
Okay. Mr. Nestler.
Mr. Nessel. Mr. Nestler is looking for
registration to take the exam in chemical engineering. He was born in 1974, and according to the evaluation of his transcript, his degree indicates 7 hours deficiency in general education. He claims that he's been very involved in professional societies. His application was otherwise, I thought, very good. He had great references, et cetera, et cetera. Been working under people who seem to, reflect what he does for a living. I thought that for someone who was only 10 years younger than me, that a general education deficiency of 7 hours was not something that was so egregious that we needed to send him back to school and get him to do that. So I felt like it was.
Other discussion? I did the little spreadsheet. Go ahead.
Say, are we gonna formal, I don't disagree with that at all, but we run into this so much. I thought that we were gonna use some method to quantify that so we treat people the same, because this seems to come up a lot.
Comes up all the time. I totally agree.
And I was trying to, you have a copy of it? I was trying to
But I sent it.
see that on my,
I thought, did I not send one to you? I did not send it to you, the general education deficiency thing. I think I filled one out. But I thought
You mean the new one that you have for today?
I thought I filled one out too, so I apologize. I thought I filled one. Okay.
I think it's pretty, what you come up with is pretty generous. And with somebody with several years' experience, and if they're involved in a professional society, I think you can get there.
I did the spreadsheet, ran it through there, and I think I came up with him being like 4 hours still short.
Oh, did you?
Really?
If I, how do you open this thing? There we go.
Maybe we should have the spreadsheet in front of us for each individual candidate when these issues come up.
And page 11 is where the policy is on your iPads, the meeting materials. Now, y'all are going to discuss revising this, but that's the criteria that's utilized to remedy those deficiencies. Just ignore the underlying text. I mean, that's the current policy.
I've got a question on the policies too, because I've applied that to the case that I was looking at.
We need to work off the current policy until we change the policy. Is that what we're doing?
I think in this case, I don't think it's going to make any difference.
Okay.
I don't think this policy gives him enough credit to overcome his deficiency.
Well, okay, well, here's what, he's got 16 years experience.
Right.
If I'm looking at it right, 16 years experience. Progressive engineering experience in the U.S. If applicant has practiced more than 5 years in the U.S., half a semester hour per year.
That's what I've got my question on. Because the way I read that right there, if somebody has 5 years experience and they qualify, I'd give them 2.5.
Oh, okay. I thought
But
it was.
you could also read it where it starts at 5,
That's what
and
I
so
thought.
at 6 it's only
That's
half.
the way I've
But
interpreted it.
if that is, I think we need to add some words in there.
Yeah, that's the way I've interpreted
Because
it.
it's
Okay.
not clear that starts at 0 at 5.
See, I thought the 16 years experience meant he automatically got 8 hours of,
I was thinking, okay, once they get to 5, they can start counting a half, and so he's already at 2.5.
I started it from 5 and went up
Okay.
because I assumed that 5 was the point at which you could have the experience to be licensed and all that, and kind of like we do with experience now, it doesn't count till you start the. I think that's how we've looked at it.
Okay. Well, I just think we need to add a word or two in there to make that more clear, because I think you could say,
5.5 hours, right?
I think you drafted this wording originally, Ricky.
okay. Well, I think I need to.
I think you did.
I think I need to
seriously.
change that.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, would the committee like
I just think we need to add a sentence in there that says the first 5 years doesn't count. I mean, any over 5 years, or which is what it says, but maybe just clarify that that's from year 5 on.
I mean, it could just be, it says if the applicant has practiced over 5 years, count 0.5 semester hour per year.
After 5 years.
Yeah, after the 5th year.
Starting
After
year
the 5th year.
on.
That I think that would make it clear.
That's the way I set the spreadsheet up, which,
Okay,
I mean, that's
okay.
not the Bible, but it's.
Got it.
I can't go back and do.
And then they gets another half a semester hour per year of involvement in a civic or professional organization.
I looked at his application, I put it in there, I didn't see but 4 years or something, or did I look, something there that I remember seeing that wouldn't have made it.
Okay.
But that's, I mean, I need to go find that, because I thought I sent that to you, Wanda. You get the one I filled out for him?
No, I don't think I got that.
That's the one I was,
I just remember the one you sent with your revisions to the policy.
the spreadsheet
Okay,
first.
I
right?
understand.
So we gotta do that first.
That's what we're trying to get to, I think.
Is it?
Yeah.
Where we're going? Okay.
But I looked at when he said he was civic community involvement engaged in the United States was from 2013. So 2013 to 2017 is 4 years, so that's 2 years. So that's 7.5. And he was shy, how many, 9?
7, I
I thought it was 7.
So he's probably good then.
I mean, it was 7, not 7 before adding all this other stuff in. It was 7 total.
Okay, so he's.
So I'm glad we talked about it.
That's what a factor of safety does for you.
He had 7.5 and he only needed 7. Build that
He
building.
meets that, I think we're good. I mean,
We're good.
I'm good with that. His experience was very good. I mean, it was
Experience was good.
very good.
I mean, I just didn't see the point. I'd like to make a motion that his application be approved. Mr. Carl Nessler.
Of these meetings,
Oh,
I get to vote.
Yeah.
I have to remember not to.
Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
But our attorney asked if we wanted her to review that. That one's an existing policy, but I think we're going to change it. But we have to defend us one of these days.
Legal is happy to make that change to your policy, and I could also give you the reference that you were looking for in regards to the first application,
Okay.
if you guys were ready for that.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, according to Tennessee Code Annotated 60.
May choose to reject, but I assume the opposite of that's true. We may choose to accept. I'm okay with Mr. Arana. But again, not to get, these things have a way of being leveraged sometimes too. Don't know if that's the case, but it just seems like there were a lot of goofy things that happened. Again, based on his recommend, but he got very good references, and his experience is really good. I don't think we're going to have any problems in Tennessee with him doing structural design. So, okay, you get to sign that one. Philip approved, I approved. I make a motion we approve, I'm sorry.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Then the ayes have it. All right. Miss Javier or Xavier, whichever one.
I looked at that one, and she is applying for comedy. She's licensed in Texas and Kentucky, and for the NCEES review of her education, she's 10 hours short on general education. So using our formula, when you take her experience past 5 years, you get 3.5 hours. And then if you take her years in IEEE, you get 5.5 years. So she's at 9. And she's 10 hours short. She's at 9. Her references are good. Her her experience is great. She's been practicing as a consulting engineer for. So I think it comes down to the way we want to. How do we want to use this formula? If we do we come up an hour short and say, well, we think this person's close enough, or do we just say just wait a year?
She says that she's got 11. So according to the letter that she wrote, she calculated that she has 11 semester hours equivalent, and the review only found her to be short by 10. So again, we got a math issue. I just want to.
Yeah, I'm just using our criteria. I'm taking that 11 years she was in IEEE and getting 5.5, and then her 12 years of experience.
Giving herself credit for all 12 years, I think.
Would give her 3.5.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what formula she's using to get to 11.
I think she took all 11 and divided it by half. and
Oh,
got
okay.
5.5.
That's it. That's exactly right.
Discussion on that?
How strict do we want to go on our calculation? I mean, we did it so that we could not make a decision every time. So this is like the test case.
Off by half a credit. Well, my thought was just when I looked at these, because I approved her, and when I looked at these, my thought was, number one, I went with her math, but now that you're explaining that, I would still waive the 1 or the half or whatever she's short from the perspective of, is the candidate actually going to get something out of seeking that 1 more credit or half more credit toward the general ed deficiency that is truly going to make a difference in how they practice in the state of Tennessee? And since our obligation is to safety, health, and welfare of the citizenry, then we got to look at, I think, first and foremost, is there something that is not going to allow them to practice at that level that they will then gain by getting the equivalent of that deficiency on their side of the checklist? And I just don't see it. It seems unnecessary, and I don't think it's going to make any measurable difference in her ability to practice. So that was, I thought she was okay. Now we're pointing out the math that she's short, but I would still say it seems kind of silly to dock her.
Wanda, usually if it's less than the typical credit for a college course, it's waived, right? Typically in the past. So if it's like an hour or
Good
two.
information.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this came up at the last meeting too. Usually if it's only like an hour or two deficiency, that's typically waived since you can't really find a college course, And, that would be at 1 or 2 hours. Normally, 3 is typically your minimum, so.
That's good to
Yeah.
know and to remember. And that does kind of ring a bell. And if that's true, I wonder if we ought to put something like that on this policy, just so we can remember it each time. That's kind of handy, because if they're 4 hours short, you wouldn't feel quite as silly about
Right.
saying
Right.
Get a little bit,
Right.
go join an organization or something.
Or wait 2 more years
Yeah.
or whatever.
Deficiencies less than 3 hours will be waived or something.
And maybe
Maybe waived, yeah.
waived.
Yeah, you're right, because there could be situations where
Right.
you may not want to,
Right.
But
Why don't we say that it, I hate to parse words, but on the lines of historically, these less than 3 hours have been considered de minimis and have been waived by the board, and just leave it out there as information, not so much as instruction.
like something a lawyer would come up with.
Been accused of that more than once. I
De
particularly
minimis, is
resent
that what you're saying?
that commentary, John. Let the record show.
We can look into adding those statements. I would just caution from much information out there that would lock the board into any
That's
decision.
what I'm. Yeah, I
That-
agree. I mean, that's what I'm trying to
That's
say.
what I like. That's what I liked about just saying it may be waived, because you're not saying, "Hey, we've done this throughout history," so that some applicant can't say, "Well, why are you doing it to me now?" I think the less said, the better, and just say, "We may waive less than 3 hours," and just leave it at that.
I think that will work, and that I think gives the board.
I'll make a motion to approve the
Second.
Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
aye.
Opposed? And we pass.
Have to vote on whether to add that blurb to the policies.
The policy's later on the agenda, so we'll get to that
Okay.
a little later. After
And
the
really, we're
application.
doing things now like we would the old way. We're just kind of using this in advance to help a little
Test
bit.
cases.
Yeah, so that's
I
fine.
like test
And
drive.
I've put in my notes to alter the policy. But I can also clarify what legal has official motion.
All right. Zotescu. Steve? More discussion? So motion? Motion to approve. Second?
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, and we'll go ahead and, okay, you need to sign it because I approved it. We need to, we'll wait for Philip to get here and do the, so let's move on in the agenda. If I can find my agenda, there it is. Proposed changes to the EAC ABEC criteria, and that is what Dr. Smith looked at for us. John, what page is that on the app?
On page 5, that's where the criteria begins, and then Dr. Smith's email is on page 9. And there is a slight reduction in hours if you compare it with the NCAAS Engineering Education Standard and the old ABET criteria back when they prescribed a specific number of hours. But Dr. Smith wasn't really concerned so much about that. I think his overall concern was just with the entire outcomes-based curriculum assessment and the fact that non-registrants are going to be making that assessment to determine if the courses really achieve the outcomes that are listed in the criteria. So I think that summarizes his concerns. But this is out for public comment. I think through June, I believe, is when the comment period ends. So we could still submit comments on this, or you could individually as well. Anybody can submit comments.
Any questions, comments, discussion? I had one that was just, to me, was kind of semi along the same lines. It said in the 2016 part of this that mathematical sophistication at least equivalent to that of introductory calculus. That seemed to me to be kind of goofy, and we've had some discussion in engineering circles about the value of calculus on some degrees and in some arenas, but that they would come back and say introductory calculus seemed to be okay. That really seems to start to dumb down, or whatever you want to say, that whole rigor of the engineering. What are we going to say next? That
We're going to say the technology.
yeah, we're talking about physics. Well, don't worry about that double E section in the middle, or don't worry about the magnetic fields, because they're just only certain people have to use that. That just could bring up some concerns for me as well. Do we need to, as a board, write something as a comment, John, or what kind is our?
Could do that. Yeah, you could, if you want to draft some comment. I think it would need to be done at this meeting probably to ensure that we likely to get it in before the end of the comment period. I'm not positive when the comment period ends, but sooner would be better than later. Definitely submit comments as a board if you choose to.
Guidance from everybody else?
Oh, I totally agree with everything you said. I mean, if there's a avenue by which we can express our concern, then I think we should discuss what our collective concern is and agree on it and put it in writing. But mine would parallel yours, is that my personal belief relative to engineering curriculum versus others is that calculus and physics and calculus-based physics courses are the determining factor between technology and engineering as a profession. So if we want to go on record as something along those lines, I would follow your lead.
Is it appropriate to try to take Dr. Smith's, and again, I want to thank him publicly for going through this. We've got a great resource there, but is it appropriate to take Dr. Smith's letter and try to use that as a framework, John? I mean, I can certainly write something up, but if I send it to the other members of the board to be ratified, is that appropriate? Because we don't need to write something here. I mean, it's just difficult to write something with, right? Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, sorry I'm late.
That's all right. We got a storm coming, so you're forgiven.
But I think because we use Dr. Smith as a resource, I think it'd be good for him to perhaps draft something for us, so we have a basis that we have an expert to give us some guidance on that, and then the board can weigh in on that.
Well, he has written he has written a review.
On it, but But isn't, I thought you want to put it in some form of letter, or maybe have me summarize it?
Or maybe that's what we put in there. We may just say, here's a board of concern, we've had our academic, and whatever his title is, review document, and here's a copy of his concern, and we share those concerns. That what he put in there was, as well as I could.
It's all right to me. We just didn't want to go out of the limb and just do things on our own. But at least we got some basis to fall back on, which I agree. Yeah. Thank you.
I don't think Dr. Smith mentioned calculus-based physics or anything in his review. Throw that in certainly when it's forwarded to them, but.
I would just say the calculus, not just base physics. I would just say calculus, the dividing line in introductory calculus also bothers us.
Yeah, that's just an odd way of stating it. I mean, they say starting at introductory calculus or something like that, which is kind of a weird way of saying what calculus it is. Dr. Smith's main objection was that evidently the shift to outcomes, which I'm guessing that means passing tests. Is that, if you can pass a test, then the curriculum was okay? Is that the major shift that he's worried about? That it's
We have an educator that might be able to enlighten
Outcome.
us on that. If you want to.
Go ahead. Yeah, because that's.
Now it'd be better to come up here. If I hit speak, it'll pick him up. Oh, yeah, that's fine. You can use that one.
I'm Chris Gwaltney from Lipscomb Engineering, and the ABET criteria now is kind of shifted to outcome-based criteria, which means that we tell them what we expect the outcomes to be, and then we assess those, and they could be exams, they could be grades on projects, they could be a variety of things, but it's not always a test that we're assessing. For example, we might say that we would like 80% of our students to get an average of 75% or more on all homework assignments. And then we assess that, and we see what percentage of our students do get 75% or higher on their homework.
So it's outcome-based rather than curriculum-based? Is that right?
Well, they back several years ago, and it's way back, they would count how many, they would just count credits in engineering science courses, design courses, and then they would look at the design courses and make sure that it had a design component in it that met their design criteria. And they've kind of gone away from that.
So maybe my question is, like, when we went to school, we took Calc 1, 2, and 3. And if you're shifting to an outcomes-based, could you say, well, we think Calc 1 and 2 is enough for engineers, and as long as they get 75% on their homework or pass a FE?
I don't think that would fly, but I think you could say that. I'm not sure ABET would agree with that.
Okay.
Yes, but.
Okay. So, but it sounds, I mean, what I gathered is that's Dr. Smith's concern. I don't know if you've seen the letter he wrote.
I didn't read the letter, but I looked at his.
He's got concern with the direction of going to outcome-based criteria.
Yeah, he says that programs are going to dip below 120 credit hours. He thinks they're headed to less than 100. Yeah.
So at some point, you're going to be cutting out some courses. You know,
that is the trend, especially in state schools, and then private schools kind of have to, follow along a little bit, or else nobody goes there.
In Lipscomb also, you have to give up 18 hours to
Right. Yeah. We have 138 hours in our civil curriculum, And we don't have any plans in going lower than that unless it would be just a few courses. But yes, some other schools are trying to reduce and reduce and reduce. I don't know where ABET will draw the line. This is really an ABET thing rather than anything credited. So does everybody else.
The things that he makes reference to in his letter is he says, there are already report preparation services available to prepare the accreditation, reaccreditation paperwork, meaning for these higher institutes of learning.
I'm not aware of them.
Okay, I was just curious if you knew anything about that.
No, we go through, and it's really a cycle that we go through. We put together what we want to see our graduates capable of doing, basically, and then we assess that, and then we ask the graduates, we ask the employers, we ask our constituents, what they think about our graduates, and then we make modifications. We make changes in our curriculum. We make changes in our courses based on those comments, and then we go through, assess it again, and we just go through a cycle. And what ABET wants to see when they come, like we're on a 6-year cycle now, they want to see that over that 6-year period, we haven't just done nothing until the year before ABET shows up. They want to see a documented proof that we've been doing this continuous loop every year or more. So I'm not familiar with some canned thing that you can pick up to do this. That doesn't.
It just
really
seems
make
almost
sense with me
impossible.
to-
I've sat on the advisory board for more than one of them. I mean, exactly what you just described is the way I'm used to seeing it. I mean, it is a annual review, quality control checklist, interviews, feedback, documentation, interviews, feedback. I mean, yeah.
One suggestion maybe, as I was looking through that, and that's the first time I'd seen it. I didn't know this was going on, which is fine. But have you thought about sending this to all the university engineering programs in Tennessee and asking them to comment on Dr. Smith's comments? Or
I would have thought they would have gotten a copy of this. I mean, this is the ABET accreditation. I would have thought the deans would have gotten some of this.
is this letter to the Tennessee board?
Talking about two different things.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
No, there was an ABET. This is an ABET evaluation criteria that came out.
That's
And
what
we-
he commented on when we
That's what
first started
we got.
talking.
But
Okay.
it was given to a wider universe than just boards. We asked Dr. Smith to comment on it on our behalf so that, from an over. So I would have thought this whole criteria change would have gone out to.
Ah. Well, I guess it depends on whether it trickles down to the right people or not. So I haven't seen it.
So John is asking, do we want to write a letter back to ABET? Is that right? I think this has kind of helped me. I think we could keep it pretty simple. The deal is we've got a different mission than colleges and universities, really. Our mission is health, safety, welfare of this profession. Colleges and universities are in the education business, and it is a business no matter what. I don't want to discredit colleges, but it's a business perspective. They may not have a big problem with going to a 96-hour curriculum for engineering. I think that we should make a kind of a broad statement that between the changes in the language and the outcomes-based direction, it looks like things are moving to less stringent degrees, and we don't feel comfortable that that is serving the health, safety, welfare of the public very well. I mean, I think that's we're trying to maintain a level up here, and if this is a sign of possible erosion, we're uncomfortable with it.
And I will agree with that because I suspect that one of the things that will change if you go to 96 hours is they will start getting rid of some of the multidiscipline stuff that we all went to. So, for instance, Civil took an electrical engineering class, just to kind of know here's what it looks like. And I mean, I think that really helped me understand that I didn't know much about that. So that when I get out and practice, there are a lot of things in my college career that let me know I didn't know a lot about a lot of stuff. But when I got out actually in practice, I'm really not tempted to do any electrical engineering design because I understand at least on some elementary level what's involved there. But if all of a sudden all the classes are now straight civil based, and there's no mechanical class or there's no electrical class, there's no other disciplines because you have to narrow it down, I think then that's when it starts to really impact the health, safety, and welfare because you don't know what you don't know in some cases. And you get some of that exposure when you're in college to go, wait, just a minute, this is a little bit above and beyond what I really do know. From our standpoint, I think that's the biggest thing is that they're not getting a well-rounded enough look at the entirety of things. And that's Robert's information.
What's the time frame on having an answer?
Well, I've looked on their ABET website, their news release, and it actually does not give a deadline to submit comments. They did a news release in November of last year asking for comments. But again, there's no deadline in the news release. So I really don't know when this is due.
I don't mind I don't mind writing something for everybody's look, taking what Dr. Smith was worried about and everybody's comments, and just expressing that general sentiment. If everybody agrees that we don't feel comfortable with the standards dropping.
Let's go ahead then and go, John.
I was going to say, I think we've got time probably to submit comments because after the public comment period, it goes to our criteria committee, then the full commission, an area delegation for a second reading. And so, I mean, it has to go through several other steps before it's adopted and implemented. So, they would probably still receive comments, I would assume, even during that period when it goes to the criteria committee. So we probably do have additional time. I just don't know how long exactly. If we wanted to take more time to develop the statement.
Let's do this. Let's go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say I like that idea of just a general comment, but I also like the idea of asking our deans of engineering at all the schools for ask them, have you read it? What do you think? Tell us what your opinion is, and just a quick and dirty survey. They don't have to provide testimony or a 2 or 5 page memo, but I'd love to know what they think.
Is this
Virgin Islands.
Eagle Virgin Islands?
That's Southern Zone.
Sorry for downgrading your I'm sincerely sorry. Not downgraded.
We're kind of mad that you were here so late.
I had a fight storm. I almost didn't want to come.
That's unacceptable, people.
Wait,
I think so. Two things. Ricky's going to write a letter. Let's talk about it in our June meeting, John. Just if you and Ricky, if you can out a few days beforehand. So if we've got any sort of edits, the deans have not seen anything yet, and it sounds like, I mean, you've not seen anything. Maybe the deans have, and it's not made its way down. I would just send that original email that came through from NCWS with the link. Any comments that you'd like for us us to include, please give them back to us by enough time for Ricky to, if we need to incorporate those, that it would be good to do that. Talk to the deans, and they either do or do not generally have concerns with it. With everybody? I just think add it to the agenda next time, and he can do it because we'll have a motion at the next meeting on about accepting the letter or not.
Ricky, you're back on the action item list. You can't stay off the action item list.
Volunteered. That's how you get on
Yeah.
it.
It's going to be a short letter now. It's a
That's
short
fine.
letter.
That's fine.
And I'll send those changes out to the deans and get their comments and send those to Ricky.
I think John might want to make a little, just kind of, I just wonder whether how many, whether ABET.
Our next item is under unfinished business, correct?
Wanted to go back to Mr. Lim's application.
I don't know. Ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I mean, I did my
I know
homework.
you did. I didn't want you to feel like you were cold. I didn't want you to pull a hamstring while you're doing this or anything. I want you to have a chance to warm up.
We may have to work 24/7 next 2 days.
Dadka.
Mr. Decker, which is payment, now, I got a clarification question asked one. According to the NCWES report, that he not only did not take the chemistry class, the way I read it also, he was deficiency in basic sciences and higher math, which was nothing mentioned in his letter to us. Becker, he's undergraduate from Iran. He does have a master's degree. In terms of his practice, I don't believe that you're going to have any problem with him knowing. Master's degree from Southern Polytechnic State University. Always go back to what I struggle with is one who came just basic sciences. The fact that he has practiced in 2 different states and a lot of project is listed, I firmly believe he's capable. Consistently never waive the basics math and sciences. We have he did not mention anything about wanting way for the high math and sciences. Now,
Evaluation only mentions the chemistry course.
That's right.
graduate program is deficient in higher math/basic sciences. No courses from a graduate program were used in evaluation. And then he did not take any general chemistry now, unless I'm reading something incorrectly here. But I'm thinking that to be consistent, since his graduate degree has not been evaluated, can we send it to Dr. Smith? Maybe Dr. Smith can tell us
What page are you reading from?
the summary on the NCES evaluation criteria. Go towards the back of the document.
On the iPad, on page 31 of 59 of his Mr. Dodka app and record, the only thing I'm seeing is it says that he's 3 semester credit hours in math and basic sciences, and it says a general chemistry course was not taken. And then the next couple of pages, I don't see what you're referring to. That's why I'm asking. I just can't find it.
Thirty-one, he says he's 3 semester hours in math and basic science, which
It's the chemistry. Yeah, if you read through it, then bold, it says a general chemistry course was not taken.
When did he take the basic?
Yes, he's got all that. If you page 32 is a summary of his degrees, and then starting on page 33, it says math and basic sciences. He received 29 of the 32 credits required. General education, he received 22 versus 16 required. The next page, he had 72 out of the 48 required, and then he had just generic courses, an additional 17 hours. So that's why I wasn't following what you said with regard to the other
Go to page
deficiencies.
32 or 59. What does that statement tells you? But maybe I'm reading.
Mm-hmm.
The undergraduate program is deficient in higher math/basic sciences.
That's right. That's the 3 credit hours for chemistry.
the 3 credit hours for chemistry.
That's the detail behind page 31, and the 31 is just the summary. So the summary boils it down to 1 3-hour credit deficiency, and then starting on page 32 is all the detail that backs it up. It's not additional deficiency. It's the detail about the 3-hour deficiency.
Which is the deficiency in math and basic sciences?
It's the deficiency in chemistry, 1 3-hour course in
Math/basic
chemistry.
sciences.
Okay. Remember, I don't
We have the flexibility to waive that?
That's the question I have.
But we've not.
We have not. I mean, the general. Thank you for pointing that out. So, the thing that I struggle about is that we have not been willing to do that. But the opportunity is what we call it. Is what we're willing. I have no problem. I think he can practice, but I just didn't want to make a precedent on that. You guys will have to
No,
live with it.
I think what Philip's saying is probably a good thing. This is a ABET evaluation, obviously, of his bachelor's degree being 3 hours deficient. I think let Dr. Smith evaluate the courses that he took in the master's, because if you take a course, you take a course. I mean, that's the makeup, isn't it? Is
Right.
we would say go take a course in chemistry. Well, you may have some course that's
You look on page 41. And
Does it have it in there?
It has
Okay.
his master's transcript,
Okay.
which is an engineering technology degree.
Likely that he's going to have chemistry in the master's.
No, and there's
program.
not. There's not any basic science courses listed. So,
that's on 41, John.
yeah, I think that's right. Under his application, not the board meeting materials, but under right, page 41 of his application.
Technical course.
Especially when it's not a fundamental course to his area of expertise.
Yeah, it seemed like that may have had something to do with it, as well as
That's one of
I
the
have a-
reasons I passed on it, is chemistry, and he's practicing in electrical,
Electrical.
and computer.
I mean, I have a faint memory of somebody who might have had like 30 years of experience that we obviously have been practicing a long time, but
One of our attorneys doesn't want to tell us that we can't do it. I say we do it.
The key
Well,
is don't ask.
I mean, my statement is still clear. I'm not questioning whether he can practice or not. But I'm just questioning the consistency. The board want to make an exception, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, and I don't. I guess I think we've done it before, but I can't be. I don't have the document in front. I'm not sure.
Well, since I went ahead and approved the application, I'll just say that the reason that I did approve it was because it wasn't within his practice area. It's not like he didn't take structural engineering and he's practicing civil engineering.
Sounds like a motion.
Well, I mean, I'm just throwing it out there because it's listed that I went ahead and approved him, and I would. And the whole, I'm learning, but all of what I have learned so far is that almost all of the cases that come before the board say that we have the luxury of waiving if we feel. And so that was I think we should waive that and move on. The man's got a master's. He's registered in 2 other states. He's not even practicing in chemical engineering. And I don't see that. Again, my litmus test is if we've said you must go and get this class, is that going to actually better him as a practitioner in his field? And I would say it makes 0 impact. So it seems wasteful. So if you want me to make a motion, I will.
I want you to.
I can make a motion, then I make a motion.
We're just sitting here listening.
No, I don't want to overrule Philip. I
Well,
mean,
yeah, you
Philip,
do.
if you
You
no,
really do.
no, never.
It's kind of fun.
I'm gonna leave that to you.
So,
Philip, are you still concerned about it?
No, I'm not. I'm just.
You want to be
I said,
consistent.
president.
You want to be
my
consistent.
My position was very clear when I started this. His opening statement was that I don't.
let me ask you a question then. So the deficiency was math and science and
Basic science.
right? And obviously chemistry was the one that they picked out. If chemistry had not been, if he'd had 35 hours and he'd have taken a whatever class of some sort, he would not really probably have been deficient. I mean, they may have noted it, but it would not have been deficient hour-wise. Philip, as you look at his master's coursework, and I know it's a technology, but there's a lot of them. Advanced digital design, programmable devices, linear controls, computer architecture, systems engineering, switching power supplies, software engineering, power correction, factor correction. Do those sound like they've got in their totality enough to make up a 3-hour science deficiency? I mean, it seems like it would to me, even if you got 30 minutes out of each one of those, at some point it would add up to a 3-hour class, I mean,
I'm good with that.
is that good? I mean, do they look like it to me. I mean,
The linear, if you want to argue just for the sake of putting a placement where we all can be. Graduate school, I took the class Legion Control System and Design, and we did do it according to a lot of math in there, calculus-based math. So,
and even if this is not calculus-based math, it is definitely a science-based class, right? I mean, it's
yeah, it is.
so that would eliminate the efficiency for that category. Now, it may not be strictly in chemistry, but as we've just heard, ABET's gone to an outcomes-based thing, and so necessarily chemistry might not be, there's no requirement to have a chemistry class. It's the outcome that would be decided, right? So there may be a chemistry class in the future for some certain level of degree. So
Okay, I'll go with it. I will approve it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So now do you feel, you don't feel bad, do you? Okay.
Need a motion?
Motion. Go ahead, Kathy, since you broke him down.
I'd like to make the motion that we waive the chemistry degree requirement for the undergrad curriculum for Mr. Dodka, and that we approve his application.
I'll second that. Any more discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? And the ayes have it. I think I signed that, don't I? All right, the next item on there is under unfinished business, electronic seals and signatures. And let me see this and I'll tell you. There's no new movement on that front. My plan was, Florida is one of the states that are doing the multiple stamps on the cover page or the second page, and then once you change, like we saw, what was it, last meeting or the meeting before last, those things are still being reviewed by TDOT. My goal was to reach out next week before I go. There's several Florida PEs that will be at the Southern Zone meeting, and I wanted to reach out to them to find out what they've experienced and if they've seen any issues with that and whatever, just to kind of try to corner them a little bit and find out more detail on that. I was going to report back to the board if there was anything, but I'm still kind of in a holding pattern waiting on them to decide exactly what direction, because I know they're evaluating softwares and they're evaluating different vendor things and process things that are going on. So that one's just kind of on hold, but I'll let you, once I get back, I'll let you know. Yes.
Help me remember, I saw that topic on here, and I've got a concern in the building world that we live in, that I think we do need stamps on every sheet in that arena. Is there a way to accomplish what you're talking about but not change that requirement in the world of buildings?
I'm sure we could carve it out at some level.
Yeah.
It might get somewhat, and this may get somewhat confusing on, the difference is usually, and Steve, I may get ready to tell something that's not quite right, but most of the times the plans that we're talking about are reviewed by a reviewer on some level, not necessarily a codes official. Your plans are more reviewed by a codes official. The plans I'm talking about would be reviewed by a site person or somebody at TDOT or not necessarily a codes official. So they may have two different paths. Codes official would be used to seeing your stamp, but they may also be used to seeing multiple stamps on the same page.
I know that the sets for buildings get split up, and there are also a bunch of sets produced that are preliminary, that it's a problem to get the wrong plans in the hands of people who don't know they need to know they're looking at the final drawing, and it's that stamp signed stamp is a great way to know that you're looking at a finished drawing and not something. I don't know if there's a distinction about who reviews it. I don't know if there's a distinction about using which is it, digital, or that has the program that has. Maybe there's a distinction if you're using a digital signing system, then you can go with just the cover sheet. Maybe because I don't think, again, anybody in the building world, I don't think anybody uses that.
Although there are some that are starting to talk, more and more as you go paperless, because what happens is in this system we're talking about, and even in the system where you stamp each page, all that is put together in one portfolio. So there is no way that those can be split apart without taking the integrity of a digitally stamped set. So even in your world where it's a building, so you've got mechanical, electrical, your site, erosion control, whatever you've got built into that one set, you couldn't just say, hey, take these 2 pages and go, because that would split the portfolio up electronically and would invalidate that totally.
Maybe it has to do with,
I think it has
with that electronics and how it's packaged like that, because that's a safety there. But typically here we may all work in one model, but we're still pulling out just the information and producing a PDF of just our sheet. So the PDF is the thing that people are working with now.
I think anything has to have some sort of security to make sure that whatever is in that portfolio or that PDF document has been stamped digitally or whatever. So that's a good discussion, because I don't know the whole answer to that.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to raise concern, and hopefully we can tie it to something like that.
But even on TDOT's thing, they're talking about potentially, instead of having everything in one big set, you'll have a traffic control plan that'll be one subset that's a portfolio, and a erosion control plan that'll be one, and a present layout that'll proposed and cross. So they'll have 15 different actual bound documents, which may get closer to what you're doing anyway. So we'll have to see how that goes. Good. All right, so we'll put that on hold if that's all right, John, and just keep it there, because the other side of that is model stamping. You've got Revit models and different things, how you validate those, how you validate three-dimension models, and those things will come up more and more as we move forward. Machine models that contractors use, those things are going to continue to be, got to start getting their hands around. So anyway, all right. Now we get to come to what we started talking about at the beginning, which is the general humanities, social science, general education deficiency. And John, what page is that on? I think
Page 11 on your board meeting materials.
So let's real quick, since we've again had some of the discussion already. First, so there's 2 or 3 questions. The first one is, do we agree with all of these items as being something that you can count for general education deficiencies and the way to make them up? Number 1. Number 2, are they all worded clear enough? And I think we've got one in number 1 that we probably need to make a little bit of a modification. So that's 2 questions. And probably the third, is this an all-encompassing list? That's just something to probably relates to number 1. But anyway, so questions, comments?
This is for John. I was one who pushed for it when he was on the board. As long as they accept CIEP, anybody can take that course.
CLEP credits? Well, I mean, it'd have to appear on their transcript, and of course, that's a national exam that's offered in different subjects that would have to be humanities, social sciences related. I don't know that we've ever had an applicant use CLEP credits. Do you remember, Wanda? No, I don't think anybody's ever invoked this clause on the policy to claim any exemptions, so any waivers. So I don't know if we really even need that, since nobody's ever used it since we adopted this originally in 2008, because I think that was included in the original version, I believe. So. But when you take a CLEP test, I mean, you get college credit for that particular course. I mean, when I started college, I took several CLEP tests, like in English and different subjects, and got, that way I didn't have to take as many general studies courses. So it counts as a course. It shows up on your transcript, just like an AP credit. If you take advanced placement classes and you get it to 3 on the test, you get a college credit. So same thing with CLEP. So I don't know why there'd be any issues about accepting it as long as it's on a transcript. But again, it seemed to be a popular option for people that qualify, that would fall under this policy. Because I think partly because so many of them have foreign degrees. That's the majority of them.
Right. And I mean, for foreign
to say that I think they should get more than 1 semester hour for that. You guys want to hear some of the test questions? I know that Robert can't pass.
Go ahead. I want to hear.
You want to hear some?
Give me one.
All right.
Give me one first.
How many amendments are there to the U.S. Constitution?
21.
Y'all just keep guessing until I tell you you're right.
Am I close?
You're in the right ballpark.
That's what I thought.
But he's still not right, though.
But he's still not right.
It's an odd number. I thought it was like
I may not pass it.
23.
It's so long ago.
27.
Okay, I was in the neighborhood.
The House of Representatives has how many voting members?
435.
Oh, hush. Got that one right.
Smoking gun.
Keep going.
I'm looking for some of the hard ones in here. I'm telling you, there's a lot of. Okay, other than Robert, who else can answer these questions? What's the official role of the president's cabinet? Advise. That's it. That's it. They don't vote. They don't have any authority whatsoever. Yeah.
And there's some real intrigue right now because they believe Kushner's taking more responsibility than Rex Tillerson. But go ahead if you want to keep going.
How many cabinet members are there?
13 or 15.
14.
Okay.
I'm waiting for somebody else to show how much they know.
Well, you said it's hard. I
It
mean,
is hard.
Then you besmirch my ability to answer. So I mean, I'm just sitting here going.
That's a new word I learned, smudge.
There are very few powers that belong to the federal government. Name one of the official powers of the federal government.
Raise the military.
Print money. That's one of them.
I thought raise the military was one.
It's one of them. I wasn't going to tell you that, though. All right, so name a power that belongs to the states and not to the federal government.
All the rest of them, unless the Supreme Court incorrectly identifies
Incorrectly. There's only 5 within the Constitution that are defined in the Constitution, and one of them is actually give out a driver's license. Isn't that funny?
Her point's well taken. 1 semester,
I thought about this last time, and I was going home, and then it was in the news. It was in the news recently about how hard the test is. And so I, talking to my children one night, and one of them said, blah, 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 blah. And I said, is it really that hard? So we started talking about it. It's hard. I mean, for the average person, it's hard. For someone who comes here from a foreign country, I think it's especially hard. And I think when we're talking about if you sit through 15 PDHs, you get a semester hour. I mean, PDHs are, let's face it, PDHs are a pretty easy thing. So I'm just throwing it out for conversation. I think they deserve more credit than that.
And you're talking about the citizenship?
Passing the test for U.S. citizenship is
Okay.
currently 1 semester hour.
You studied 96 questions, but when I took it many years ago, they
And
only
there's
asked
more
me
than
2
that.
questions. After that, they say, you obviously, you can pass.
I just passed it. I just passed my
No,
3
you did not.
questions.
Close. No, I think Kathy has a good point there. Kathy, the reason why I think we would, but this little policy adopt.
Do you think the citizenship test is on par with a college course? So history, so 3 hours is what you're thinking?
No, you're not. Are are you not a U.S. citizen?
I am.
If you-
I will bear arms for this country.
Well, then you get
And I'll
to,
die
you get
for
to
this country.
participate in this conversation.
Okay, thank you, sir.
In what year was the Constitution
There
written?
you go. Let's see.
Are you a double major in history?
No, it was written in like 1792 or something.
87.
Okay, well, maybe.
You were in the right decade.
That's right. I knew it wasn't in 1776.
No, I think
It seems to me like it's on par with like a social studies class,
history class.
a U.S. history class. There's some significant learning. It's not just rote memorization. And for the things that we're always looking for people to have lots of semester hours, I just think they ought to get 3. That's just my opinion. So I'd like to make the motion that we change it from 1 to 3.
Second motion. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
So we change it to 3.
Well, you didn't get Laura.
Probably need to just discuss all your changes and then vote on them as a whole, I would imagine.
Let's go. So let's talk about the next ones. Advanced degree from U.S. institution, 9 hours. Good. Does that sound okay to everybody?
Well, I was going to make a comment on that based on your additions, that they get 5 semester hours for a technical paper or journal, and 2 semester hours for just making a presentation on a technical topic. It seems like,
You cannot double
I don't-
dip now.
well, I don't know if that's consistent with just giving them 9 semester hours for an advanced degree. I mean, 5 semester hours for a paper. A lot more effort would go into obtaining an advanced degree than writing paper, probably. And then, of course, you could get into the whole peer-reviewed versus non-peer-reviewed discussion as well.
Has a good point. I'm very agreeable today.
You could increase the amount maybe for an advanced degree, and keep the others.
Technical paper is published by student. Typically, a lot of times is guided by the faculty, right? Most technical paper is never written on your own in a way. Author or you're a scientist that invent something. Hours. DVD. I almost talk bad about it in East Tennessee, but I went to that school. Because when your advanced degree is a formalized process you go through.
Should it be 2 hours? I mean, to write a paper, I think would be,
I think writing paper presentation should be, writing a paper might require a bit more time, but making presentation could be just be a PowerPoint.
In the continuing education rules, you get 10 PDHs for a peer-reviewed paper, article, or book, and 5 PDHs if it's not peer-reviewed.
that's 2/3 of a semester hour or 1/3 of a semester hour for continuing education. That's good.
I think we should be consistent.
It wouldn't, so we would just give it 1 hour if we were being consistent. Yeah, for writing a paper and 1 hour for
Right, let's do that.
probably presentation.
So 1 and 1.
Thank you. All is close. There should be more than that, man. You gotta
And in the continuing education rules, if you teach a course, then you get twice the credit of a student or participant. So that potentially, to be consistent, make that 2 credit hours.
Well, let me ask you a question. Does there need to be a limit on that? classes, 3 classes.
What about if you, each distinct different class, you can get 2 more, but you can't if you teach the same class over
Right.
and over again.
And that's clarified in the continuing education rules
yeah.
also. You can't just get credit for the same course
Right.
over and over
But
again.
I think you should if it's a different course.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Right.
Yeah. So maybe that needs to be a little language added about distinct. No more than.
All right, so let me go through them and then we'll vote, but let me go through the changes.
I've got one more
Go ahead.
question that I don't know whether we want to change or not, but the continuing education has that in parentheses, earned within 2 years of application date. And I'm wondering why do we want that stipulation if somebody's like the ones we looked at today have been working for 12 or 15 years and they've taken continuing education classes over the years, why wouldn't they all count?
We took that from the rules as well because for those who are reapplying,
Okay.
we only count continuing education for the 2 years prior to their reapplication date. So I think that's where we took that from.
I see.
But that's not necessarily parallel to
Doesn't necessarily apply here.
what we're discussing, right?
Yeah,
So-
right. I would say we ought to strike that and just, if they took a bunch of continuing education, I mean, it's just like you took your college courses 15 years ago and they count.
Well, the only difference is, I think, in college education class, you've got a certifiable record for that.
Okay.
A continuing education class, in order to get credit for that, they would have to produce certificates that are sometimes 15, 16 old. And we would have to go through that review cycle. Now we kind of take their word for it. I think we require them when they say I'm deficient, but I took this list of classes. Have they ever sent?
Continuing education
To prove that they're,
that they. I mean, that could be a stipulation that you got, if you got continuing education courses with documentation.
I think
Submit it.
I would be okay, but it needs to be documented because, I mean, I don't want somebody out there saying, well, I took
I agree.
32 continuing education classes since I was, you know,
They have
6
to have a
years old or
transcript.
something.
They'd have to have a transcript.
Or a certificate,
Right.
something to prove that
Right.
they were there.
Yes.
And I think
Well, I think we ought to limit all of these. I think we need to, if we're going to limit, you can only say get credit for 2 papers and only 2 presentations and 15 PDHs. I mean, I think all these things ought to be limited. You shouldn't be able to get. I mean, you can't just say they've been practicing for 30 years, so give them 15. You're going to give them 15 hours just like that, just because they've been practicing for 30 years. Is that what we want to do?
my man, no, because I took 5 years off. I'd only give them 12 and a half.
That was good.
But I mean, you do what you want to, but that's the only thing I'm just going to give them.
That's all you're going to give.
I'm gonna give
That's
them
only
12 and a
what
half.
you're going to give.
Yeah,
But
that's
at
all.
least it has some logic that if somebody has been over here 25 years practicing, then there's a whole lot of general education they've received, as opposed to somebody who's just had 5 years.
So what do you want? I mean, I don't disagree, but what would you limit it to?
Oh,
Would
I
you
don't-
limit
I
it
don't
to
know.
10?
I don't know. I feel like we're limiting some and not limiting others, and we've been talking for an hour about being consistent on other issues, and so is this a place where we also need to be consistent? I'm just raising the question. If you've been practicing for any period of time, I think the whole general education requirement is really up for grabs. I mean, if you've been out there for a while, you're not going to be a better engineer just because we make you go back and take underwater basket weaving. I mean, it's just not going to make a difference. So I'm just looking for
Yeah.
people who people who come to the board and they want to get approved and they want to get registered, and we want them to be able to get to the point where the answer is yes, you are registered, then I just want us to be consistent.
To me, I mean, again, I think it's not necessarily inconsistent.
That's fine.
That this is given pretty good value to being over here a long, long time, and where these other things come into play is somebody who has not, or who hadn't been out very long.
Yeah, that's true. The continuing education thing, it does limit. I mean, even if,
You
if it
can't
doesn't
get a
say
whole-
it, you can't get more than, in 2 years, you can't get 100 PD. I mean, good Lord, I hope not. Can you? Maybe. All right, I'm shutting up.
Well, I mean, I'm just asking you, what do we want to limit? I mean, do we say you have to limit it to 10 hours, 12 hours, 2 hours? I mean, is there a limit to the number of years that we quit counting? So if you've been here 40 years,
I would say don't limit the number of years you've been over here. It would take 25 years to get up to 10 credits. In the total that you have to have, or is that just what seems like
No, the
everybody's short?
total requirement is in the NCAA's education standard, which is what we utilize to evaluate non-accredited degrees. 16 college semester credit
16.
hours is required.
So,
And just to make a note, the criteria states that routine exercises of personal craft are not acceptable for that. So underwater basket weaving would not
doesn't
count.
count?
No. Just wanted to clarify.
Oh, take a class how to make table. I do agree
I'm
with.
okay not having a limit because, I mean, then that means 37 years is what you would need to get a pass just from your experience, and I'm okay with that.
Remember, this is general ed too, so we're not sacrificing a whole lot. The purpose.
Well, I mean, Robert's the one who has stated, I thought, the best when we've discussed this in the past, that the general education has value because you want somebody who fits in, who knows ethically the way we operate here, and if somebody has worked here a long, long time, then we.
I got you.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
One comment that I had for the 3 items that were added about the technical paper and presentations and teaching courses, you might want to specify that they have to be in, in U.S. journals, events, institutions. Because otherwise, I would suspect quite a few of our foreign applicants, especially those with PhDs, and we have several of those, don't we? They're going to have published articles in foreign journals. But I don't know that since the intent here is to fulfill humanities, social sciences requirements, you probably wouldn't want to count those. So.
So number 2, involvement in one civic or professional organization, half a semester hour per year. We good with that? Do we want to limit on that one? Test for U.S. citizenship, I've got 3 semester hours now, right? Instead of advanced degree, continuing education in ethics, humanities, social sciences, earned within 2 years of application date, 1 semester hour per 15 PDHs. Do we take out the within 2 years of application and put in literally, you could go take a PDH, you could get 50 of them within a.
That's another one. I don't think any applicants have ever utilized this provision. I don't think that's very common that they try to meet deficiencies with continuing education occasionally.
Yeah. Because he might, yeah. Someone has question about a person's application, we can always challenge that person.
Well, yeah, but I mean, we don't want to publish it and then people comply with it and then we still, I mean, feel really good about it so that it would be exceedingly exceptional. You'd have to think they were lying, in my opinion. That they would come in here and they would say, oh, and da 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 da, and I made this presentation, and we're like, that's not. I feel like this has to be pretty tight with what we would expect.
I think we do send it to applicants, right, that have deficiencies and say this is the criteria that the board uses. So it's, I mean, it's a public document, of course.
Kathy, I mean, we need to feel good about this, so we're not agonizing every time, but the agony may come in and if we think somebody's saying they met this and hadn't met it. You know, if
Yeah.
they wrote a paper that's 2 sentences long and we get a look at it,
Right.
we're not gonna allow that.
Found out they were trying to take credit for making a presentation, and it turned out that it was to the Girl Scout troop where their daughters.
So back to continuing ed, I guess what we've thrown out there is a limit of 15 per year, and again, I would just ask, what do you think about forgetting about the within 2 years and just saying?
I got rid of that and said that they
Okay.
had to be verifiable with
Verified.
certificate or
I mean,
similar. We need to think about how.
I think I'm fine with that, where you ended up there.
Publishing a technical paper in a technical journal, newsletter, or similar publication in the United States.
That's what I think John suggested.
1 semester hour per paper, limit 2 papers. Is that what we said?
Why do you want to say in the U.S.?
Journal in which there's it would not indicate any proficiency in English or familiarity with our
Action and how they get into the society, how they interact in our society. Plus, we wouldn't understand what they wrote more in a lot of cases.
Well, I would, but you would.
All of these.
I'm a U.S. Constitution person. I don't get into all this.
You don't
stuff
get into that foreign
No,
stuff.
I know where.
These are about assimilating into the U.S. And so,
How to get
Yeah.
they fit into the culture.
Presentation of a technical topic at a society, convention, or similar event, and we have 1 semester hour per presentation, limit 2. College level courses at either a 2-year or 4-year institution in the United States. 2 credit hours per hour of credit for the class, and the courses must be different courses.
on that.
1 credit hour per hour of credit versus 2. So if it's a 3-hour credit class, we're going to get them 6 hours credit of. Is that
Yes.
okay?
Yes.
That's what's allowed in the continuing education rules, right? Now, well, I guess for that, it wouldn't matter about what subjects they're teaching, whether it's engineering or math or
Because the
history
general
or,
education or just general education.
yeah, because
I mean,
you accept technical paper, so why not a technical course, or really any course could count. As long as it's here in the U.S. Okay. Underwater basket weaving.
College course.
Favorite class in
The
college.
North Carolina Tar Heels prove that that is a college course, so, yes.
But they penalize their women's basketball team for it.
Yeah.
That's what's great. All right, so
That's because they all make the money.
that's true. Credits, we'll leave it as is. Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to clarify that. As long as it's showing the transcript, I'm okay with it.
Okay. So what I'm going to suggest is let's rewrite this with the changes, and then vote on it at the next meeting.
Oh, and did you want to add something about deficiencies less than 3 hours, or
Yeah,
talked about that earlier?
yeah, that, where,
One course thing with
that the board, if the general education deficiency is less than 3 hours, the board may,
hours or less, right?
3 hours or less, the board may waive that. Or what,
Hours would be a typical course for humanities, social sciences.
I'll say less than.
Less than, okay.
Lab with one of those, so yeah, 3 hours typical.
did we pick up the change in the first one, where we said half a semester hour per year, starting after the 5th?
Who's writing these? Me?
Well, I can do the revisions if you want.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, I've captured all that.
I have a spreadsheet that goes along with those, so I can give that to one. Next item, energy companies, or something like.
That's a short discussion, I think. Well, maybe not. I've filled Ricky in on this. I've contacted the Association of Energy Engineers. Is that right? Yeah, multiple times. Sent them questions that y'all had, because they had asked for more information. What's sort of the board's concern? So I sent that to them multiple times, and I've heard nothing back from them at all. I'm getting the impression that we're being stonewalled at this point. I don't think they have any intent of responding. I suspect that's maybe the advice they're getting from their counsel. I don't know. So I don't know how you want to proceed with that, or if you want to continue to keep the item on the agenda, or what direction you want to go.
Said they get a designation of what?
CEE, Certified Energy Engineer.
Proper use of the title. In proper use of the title, let's fire a shot. Tell them you're giving this designation to people that are not engineers. Yeah, we'll open a complaint against them.
Yeah.
CEE and CEM.
Yeah, we would need to have, because they're in Georgia. AEE is located in Atlanta, So I think we would have, to open a complaint, we need a specific case of someone calling themselves a CEE
That's
who's
why
not
I
a
said we
PE.
probably should monitor it. The next
Yeah.
time when the energy situation comes up, the person doesn't have a PE, it doesn't come under our care, right? If somebody goes out and give advice about engineering work, okay, I will need to change out this light.
Yeah, there's another option. Just the use of the word engineer is one, but the other is the energy companies that are doing studies and commissioning. Those are absolutely have engineering in them. Not all of what they do is engineering, but there's a whole lot of engineering in what they do. You know, when they go to a building and say, you need to pull your chillers out and put in a different HVAC system or whatever, and you can get a list of those companies doing business in this state, and you can get specific jobs that we can probably all find, and the board can issue complaint. You can have your pick of issuing complaint. I think John, this is what you said. This is probably a complaint is the only way to pursue this issue. We're not getting education. That's not happening.
If they're not going to cooperate with us, the only way to go about it is through the complaint
But
process.
I haven't looked, but I know it would be no trouble finding companies like this who are doing business in Tennessee. That's not even getting into the ones that are advertising in
Tennessee
Tennessee.
chapter, Association of Energy Engineers. We do have somebody in Tennessee doing that already, it appears. Let's see here.
Middle Tennessee chapter as well. I know. I
State of
would assume there's a
Tennessee.
West Tennessee chapter.
Too, yeah.
Yeah.
But the point I'm trying to make is, as long as you got a PE doing those work, stamping the report, I'm okay with that. You just don't.
John, I'll give you a specific case or
What I'm saying is we've got a Middle Tennessee chapter. We know we've got a East Tennessee chapter. We've got chapters that are doing it.
Some of my own PE engineers are also member of those CAE.
We had the same fight too with, what does CPAS stand for? But it wasn't an erosion control engineer, but it's a designation.
EPS.
Go ahead.
I definitely would like to, from the complaint standpoint, since that's kind of what I do, I would like to look into it a little bit. I think one of the issues that we run into is not having a definition of what engineering encompasses. So, you know, we could also obviously read our statute very broadly to say that maybe what these folks are conducting would fall under this statute. But there's the use of engineering in other professions that we wouldn't necessarily reach out and touch. You know, and chemical engineering, for example, in certain circumstances. Definitely be something I think from a complaint standpoint we'd want to look into and see what kind of scope of work acting and do we believe that that was the intent of the statute, but I'm not familiar.
Well, the chemical engineering company, though, as long as they use engineering within what they're doing internally, is fine. Right. We're offering services to the general public or public entities, which we have jurisdiction, my understanding, we have jurisdiction over that because they're offering engineering outside of that. And so I just think that that's something that we need to go after.
I mean, that's something that we talk about kind of, when we talk about what is engineering, obviously that kind of gets, that's one of the examples people might throw out as, how broad do we interpret a statute? So, sure. Not to be frank, since I'm new to the board, this is an issue I think that I would say is still a moving target on what is encompassed. For example, we see it often when we're trying to determine what is architecture, what is engineering. There's this kind of blurred line that can occur. I think that's a little more clear because you're talking about the same sort of work. You're going to encounter engineers, architects in the same capacity, and often there is some blending of professions. But I think the way our statute reads now is that we really have to look at the practice in the industry and whether we think that falls into clearly what we're trying to regulate here. Some of the advantage of the statute is that it does encompass particular types of professions. So by having landscape architects and interior designers, you can derive what the intent is, what areas you're supposed to regulate. So there's not really a lot of clarity in the statute. And so sometimes things like software engineering and things that come up like that, I think that it may be hard-pressed to make an argument that software engineering was intended to be encompassed, offered to the public that they are an engineer of some sort. But I think it's an issue that I'd like to do more research on because I don't think I could really articulate where that delineation is at this point, just because I tend to operate on learn a new interesting area of this law as the complaint comes to me. And so I haven't had the complaint come to me yet, and that's kind of when I become what I would consider an expert, is I get that complaint on my desk, and that's when I dedicate that time. So I'm definitely happy to look into it because I think it's very interesting. And try to find some guidance, and maybe in cases that have gone up to courts, and see what have courts that have heard hearings from the A&E board, what have they determined to be encompassed.
We have some older legal opinions where, based on those, we always look at the context in which the title is used. If it's like a locomotive engineer, a sanitary engineer, where they're,
sandwich engineer.
Yeah, sandwich engineer. Yeah, things like that.
Tire engineer.
If it's clearly not in a context, of the construction, buildings and so forth that we regulate, then we don't enforce the Title Act provisions. But
it's the perspective of the public that if they hear somebody use sandwich engineer, they know you're not talking about a consultant who's a professional. But somebody who says they're an energy engineer and I work in consulting business, that's confused. Right. And I can tell you what to do with your building to save a bunch of energy. That the public is going to look at engineer and figure that's an engineer.
I think definitely we need to look more closely at AEE because I don't see. I'm just looking at their website. We'll have to dig deeper, but I don't see a certified energy engineer certification that they offer. The only one I see that has on their website that has engineer in the title is certified green building engineer. And when you look at the qualifications for that, it does require a PE license in order to obtain that certification. So the titles that they use may be okay. We'll have to look at it more closely, of course. But, of course, the services they provide, that's another issue that you brought up that we would have to look at. That's where their national headquarters is, yeah. At first, I contacted the Middle Tennessee chapter. This started early last year, I think, initially. And I'd heard nothing from them, so then I contacted the national headquarters in Atlanta. And I've corresponded with them a couple of times where they asked for more information. Oh, yes, I did. I'm sorry. I misunderstood your question. Yeah, I did. I asked them about it, and they said they would look into it. I've heard nothing back from them, which they don't have a very robust enforcement program, so I'm not surprised I haven't heard from them. Yeah, might want to ask them.
I think to Sarah's point, if we're going to go the complaint route, we ought to find a case that looks like meat and potatoes. This is not a fringe, and I think there's plenty of them out there that are just exactly what we do.
I mean, we struggle this with building inspector. When soon I'll be out of the board, but I would hope that this profession. What point do you cut off when you do drainage control, landscape?
Oh, I think that's everything on the agenda, right?
Right, that's what I
Yeah.
thought.
Yeah, I was going to give you a little update on the master's degree, Bill, if you want to
But
discuss
you're going
that.
to give us
briefly.
an
Thought you were
update on the Masters golf
The Masters,
tournament.
actually, the par three got canceled today, so because of
Oh,
the
okay.
weather.
No, 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 no.
I thought you were going to tell us that maybe they had started round one earlier.
I was thinking when he
Ew,
said
the
that.
master's degree bill, yes. Of course, I'm sure you're all familiar with that, but, there is an amendment that increases the experience requirement to 20 years instead of 4, as was originally proposed. And also, it will sunset June 30th of 2019. So, hasn't passed yet, but I mean, it's been recommended for passage, so I don't anticipate there being any problems with it passing.
The only thing the question that's been asked is the sunset. If 20 years is good enough, why is I mean, I'm first of all, I think we are anti the master's degree, and that was my comment. We don't want this thing to pass in any form, but we definitely want to make sure that we have some sort of safeguard on the top end to keep unqualified people out based on other deficiencies. And I went through the whole list of why the master's degree was deficient because, like we talked about before, you're in a very narrow range of education instead of a broad one that you get in a undergraduate degree, which kind of helps you know what you do. The other part of that is there is no, some of these degrees have no calculus-based anything. I mean, you may get a biology degree, which is a great degree to have, but you don't get any calculus, as far as I know, in a biology degree. Maybe you do one class or something. You definitely don't get some physics classes and other classes that we see as built. Our position, I would assume, as a board, is that we don't want the masters.
That's the answer. When you say why do you want it sunset? Why is it sunset? The reason is because we don't agree with it.
That's the answer.
And we'd like a sunset that was 1 week after it was passed.
That's right. Or not brought up at
Typically,
all.
they're just doing this for one person.
One guy.
So once their person's
Once he gets
licensed,
his
then it's
license
over.
in, and
Well, that's what happened the first time when it's
Yeah.
introduced.
So we
one
want
person-
the next group to have to do it all again.
Well, I have another guy that called me the other day, and we had a great. I shouldn't. We had an interesting discussion, and he's got 10 years of experience.
The undergraduate is cutting hours. I'm not so sure that in the future we might. Cutting the number of hours. What kind of graduate are we graduating? You pretty much know a lot of burden on an employer if they don't prepare them well. In Germany, they need to do 6 years.
Well, and I think what you're going to end up at is something similar to what the architects do, where the people that come in as architects are, from what I understand, not really get put through the hammer for the first 2 or 3 years.
basically try to run it.
Because they're having to get them built up to a certain level to become architects, and that person coming out of school is equivalently only getting a 3 year worth of education, where we count on the schools to do some of that. If it falls back to an employer, we may have to resort to that model where it's become 5 and 6 years experience, and that first 2 or 3 years are. Hey, that's the best way to put it.
But one question that we had, myself and our attorney, was about rulemaking, assuming that this passes, what kind of rulemaking we would need to do. The law. Of course, the law is a little more specific this time than it was the last time this came through, because it specifies that they have to hold a master's degree in engineering from an institution with an ABET accredited engineering program approved by the board. Last time it didn't specify ABET accredited, I don't think. So our question was, do you think we'll need to do a rule to specify what types of master's degrees would be accepted like we did last time? Or since it sunsets in a year and a half, do we even need to bother adopting a rule? But I think maybe legal would prefer that we had a rule to clarify. I don't know, but
by the time we get it, it's going to be over with.
well, that's what I wonder. I mean, it's going to take a while to implement, of course. But I think last time the way we handled it through rulemaking was to specify that it had to be a master's degree program in engineering which was either accredited by the EAC of the ABET or its predecessor at the time of graduation, or graduation was not more than 2 academic years prior to accreditation. So it had to be either an ABET accredited master's degree program, or it had to be a degree which was offered by an institution with an undergraduate engineering program in the same discipline that was accredited by the EAC of ABET. Because there are some accredited master's degree programs, but for the most part, most schools have their undergraduate programs accredited, not their master's programs. So it would allow for that degree to be accepted as long as the corresponding undergraduate program in that discipline is accredited. I'm assuming y'all would want to move in the same direction if this law, same as we did last time. Okay. But like you said, by the time we adopt the rule, it goes into effect. maybe 6 months before the law expires. I don't know.
The law is passed. The applicant we will have to follow the.
Right. You can still approve applications under the provision in the law before the rule takes effect. Yeah. I think the law will take effect July 1st if it passes. So at that point, you could approve people with the master's degrees if they have 20 years experience. We did that in December 2015, I think, was when we last revised it. So it's been recent. And actually, we had some rule changes that just slightly changed the answers to a couple of questions, and I just went in and edited it recently to reflect the current wording of the rules. Just very minor changes, like the civil penalty range was raised to 500 being the minimum for all violations. So. As far as I know, yeah. Mm-hmm. But if you want to volunteer to review it, it's only 30 questions.
I'm the one of the people to take law and rule exam. What gets me is you ask them.
Every time we have law or rule changes, though, we always go through it to make sure it's up to date, of course. And every few years, we always do a thorough revision of it. Tweak it.
How many votes they need to pass the House of Representatives? know is that's what they've been trying to do here recently. It's 216. That's what they keep saying. I don't know if it's because
That
they
must
don't
be
have
some
all
abstains.
430,
That's right. Not all the seats. Are
or the speaker can't vote.
The seats aren't filled, or yeah, some
Or the
people
speaker
are
can't vote.
prohibited.
All right, that's good.
Good.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion
Second.
adjourned.
We have another meeting coming up in a minute. If you are on the, well, actually 30 minutes, right?
Right, 30 minutes.
If you're on the law, what is this? Not
Continuing
law- Law and
education.
rules is tomorrow morning. Finance and
And a great-
nomination and and something else. What are-
Nomination.
Nomination.
Continuing education and grants to higher education.
Yeah, and law and
I'm
rules in the
looking at
morning, then
nomination down
nominations.
Nomination is tomorrow morning and laws and rules is tomorrow morning. Class dismissed. As
Wait a minute, don't talk yet.
David Lee Ross said in his eloquent rock anthem.
Okay, when you get off, I'll tell you a little bit.
This is the regularly scheduled meeting of the Continuing Education Committee of the Board of Architectural and Engineering Examiners. It's taking place in room 1B of the Davy Crockett Tower at 500 James Robertson Parkway in Nashville, Tennessee. And notice of this committee meeting was posted on the board website on March 27th, 2017. Does everybody have a pad, I hope? And I think we need to have a roll call.
Roll call, yes. Susan Ballard, Ricky Bursai,
Here.
Susan Maynor, Blair Parker,
Here.
Frank Waxter,
Here.
Catherine Ware.
Here.
You have a quorum.
I have a pad, but I'm not sure it's working. Is there a button I push? Battery thing on it too.
Not much on your iPads other than
Oh,
the
there's not.
agenda and the rules. That's it.
Yeah, I guess, do we normally recognize people in these subcommittee meetings in the audience?
No, not for the committee meetings. We don't typically. You can if you want to, sure.
Okay. No, not especially. And I sent you earlier several issues that I think that would fall under new business. And what we're looking at is what might be potential rule changes that we might want to pursue. And I know in our pad, and it's on page what? We have the rules for the Continuing Education Committee.
Page 12. Yeah. Current rules.
I don't know if anybody's had a chance to kind of go over the current rules. I'm sure Ricky has. I know Blair has. Maybe not, I don't know. But anyway, I'll start out just bringing up the first item. And this one is kind of a general issue, but right now the continuing education requirements vary between the architectural and less between the architectural and the landscape, but architectural and landscape and the interior and the engineers. And, you know, what the desire, I guess, would be to have everybody on the same plane as far as continuing education requirements. And Ricky, you or Kathy might kind of tell us what y'all deal with as far as continuing education goes for the engineers, because there's some other issues here that for some reason in the past kind of split us apart, I guess. And I know y'all discussed that, or at least I've heard parts of the discussion.
Have we got, so we don't have the list though of the proposed changes on the iPad?
No.
Okay.
I sent you one by
Yeah,
email.
I just didn't print.
Get a copy for myself, but
Okay.
Yeah, here you go. All issues that y'all have discussed before that have come up before.
and let me just kind of run over all of them if y'all don't have this in hand.
I do remember the discussion on I think all these except for that first one. I'm a little fuzzy on.
I think that's kind of a generalization of all
Okay.
the rest of these.
Okay. All right.
But like carryover hours, my personal feeling was we eliminate them. But I think I heard you agreeing with that at some meeting.
I did
But
because
I'm not sure the whole engineering.
yeah.
And I know, having talked with Rick and Brian Tibbs, our group pretty much is good with that.
Yeah, I
Just
think
eliminate them.
yeah, there's the three reasons for eliminating carryover. One, it's real hard for the staff to track, and I don't know that they do track it. So when we get in an audit that it doesn't have any proof that there's carryover or anything, it's just a statement there that there's carryover. The other thing is other states don't. There are many other states don't accept carryover. So if you're counting on carryover, but you're registered in other states, you're probably going to have to get it anyway. And then the third reason was the whole idea of continuing education is to stay current. And if you're if you're dependent on a past log, you're not staying current. So there's those three reasons not to to eliminate carryover, and the one reason not to, I guess, because it's going to make some people mad. But people are going to be mad that you're eliminating carryover.
Right, and I think you would do it over a period of time, not just like June the 1st carryover if you've got 12 hours of carryover.
Make it effective like in 2 years or
Yeah.
something from the adoption date or.
Yeah. And I guess one thing I'm not sure about, John, is, if that's consensus of the group, then we would bring that to the board. And then if the board says, yeah, we want to do that, what's the process past that? Do we kind of drop it in your lap and say, we want to make a rule change, or how do we go about that?
Yeah, if the board wants to make a rule legal will draft the changes and present happens. It's typically a 9-month period to get the rules approved through the different levels of approval through legal and the Department of
They want to make sure it's not an undue burden on somebody and things like that, I guess.
Right. The rules will go through several approval. Part of that process is to make sure that the rules are constitutional, that they correspond with, that they follow the statute, that they're not beyond your jurisdiction, things like that.
I guess our duty here, and again, I'd kind of like for Susan to be here, but we can come back to that. But I guess what we would do would be to vote on whether or not to bring it to the committee. to the board, I mean. And then, before we bring it to the board, I would like to be able to have written down what what we're voting on. And so it might be good that we wait on, straw vote, is that, anybody got any, hey, solve the problem.
So while we're with this discussion,
Okay,
I would-
meeting adjourned.
meeting adjourned.
All
I would
problems,
support-
all problems are now
Yeah.
solved.
Yeah.
Susan is here.
I would support this, and I agree with some of the things that Ricky said. We should keep current, and that's what continuing education is. And I've never understood, if somebody complains about continuing education, I've never really understood that. But I think that as the state should pay attention to that, it will certainly help us as the A&E board with our staff. Although that's not the sole reason. I just think that continuing education on a 12-month basis is a good. Other states are switching to it. However, with landscape architecture, I'm licensed, I believe, in 5 or 6 other states, and none of them, they do allow carryover hours at this point. All of them do.
And that, I've got the same, some do and some don't. And some of them are different amounts. And I know there's kind of at least the ones that I'm registered in, there's kind of a reciprocity. It's like when you're applying for the license in that state, they say, do you meet the requirements of Tennessee? And require it all, then you're going to be pretty much, everybody's going to, make does it, then it's good for us. What we're talking about, Susan, is eliminating the carryover hours. What does that mean?
Okay, that's a hard thing for designers, not to be able to carry over, because sometimes our classes may be 4 to 6 hours, and they happen in November or December, and you may have 4 hours you need to carry over. So, from a staffing standpoint, is that hard for you all, John?
Ricky kind of discussed that earlier, but
I'm sorry.
It really summarized it. You want to go over that again, Ricky? You
I can't.
summarized it so well into 3 neat points, very concise.
Okay. Yeah. One, I guess there were 3 things that came to my mind. Was there are some other states that don't recognize carryover, and then when the record keeping is either tough or it's not done, in that when we get an audit, like if I'm looking at an audit, it just says on there, these are the courses I'm carrying over. There's no real documentation of the previous. You almost need the previous time to confirm that, and that's not there when you do an audit. Do an audit.
So are
Way
your
to
all's
verify.
audits, what's the time frame on your all's typical audits? Because ours is two years.
2 years. And
Okay.
so when you get the list of the courses they've taken for this 2 years,
Right.
if 4 of them are carried over, you would really need to look at the previous 2 years to say, okay, yeah, they did really have.
Our staff does that.
I don't think they do that. No, it's
You
just,
don't?
they're
Okay.
just
In
taking.
fact,
Yeah.
there are many registrants, because I used to process renewals, many registrants that report carryover. I would say the majority report carryover hours each time they renew. So for really to be sure that they're not double dipping at all, we would have to go back to either 1998 when we started continuing education,
Right.
or to when they were first licensed, if they've been licensed since 1998, to really be sure, absolutely sure that they're not double dipping with their carryover.
So there's a record keeping problem
Yeah.
to, just in auditing. And then the third is the whole idea of continuing education is to stay current. And if people are kind of basing it on something they may have done 3 or 4 years ago, the goal is to continue to so those are reasons to do it. The reason not to do it, I told them, is we're probably going to have a lot of upset people.
Yeah, I think we will.
Yeah,
I mean,
so that would be.
I know within our profession, it's not unusual to have a 4 or 6 hour class, and it may be given in September, October, November, because they know people are going to need their hours. And so then they may have 2 hours that would carry over. And to me, that's not a bad thing, because they're still getting their continuing education. It's just the ones that bother me are the ones that I see that have 12 hours in the same day because they took an online class. You know, they haven't been doing it on a regular basis. They're doing it to cram it in, you know, right before their deadline is for their renewal time.
Oh, it definitely
So, you know, I don't even know how they get it accomplished, you know, but they do, and so they've got documentation on it. Our profession has a, if you want to call it a clearinghouse, that records our continuing education and keeps track of it. And as a professional member, that's a service. So I don't know what it's like for engineers if you keep track of your own. I keep a copy anyway because I know what computers can do to you. So I'm not against carryover, okay? For part of my little speech today for this committee is so many of my audits have to do with people who they've stopped to have their children, they're taking care of a family member, they've gone through a personal illness and they can't get their CEUs in, and looking at how the profession is equalizing in male versus female. At the University of Tennessee right now, there are 65% of the enrollees are women, which is totally opposite from when I was in school, you know. And same thing is trending in engineering. Blair, did you have any feedback on
It
your
has risen to about 50-50.
Okay. So we need to look at how we're going to be able to accommodate our registrants and be able to give them that personal time, you know, to deal with things in their lives. And I'm assuming law is similar. There's as many women as there are.
Yes, it seems to be about 50-50.
Okay.
When I graduated in 2015,
Okay.
and our class was about 50-50.
Okay. So I think as a whole, you know, women are going into professions, and we need to look at how can we make it a workable thing for someone who is a professional but stops to have their family, or my age group has to take care of a parent. So if we look at it from that perspective, I think carryover is important. So my 2 cents. They are. So, but if, you know, if I know I'm going to have a baby in March, you better believe I'm going to get all my hours in, you know, before that event occurs, you know. So I don't think we'll penalize our registrants because they're
Or
they have an event in their
Tennessee gives you 2 years to,
Right.
unless your gestation period's 2 years. 9 months. You know.
That was insensitive, Frank.
Yes, it was. That was politically incorrect, Frank.
That's my name, I think. Just
Well,
getting to the point.
Assuming everyone in here has had a child or is planning on having one, you know, once that baby comes, you don't have time to do anything, you know. It takes months for you to be able to go back to doing those
Well,
extra things.
I guess the other question when it comes down to that is, if that's the case, are you able to practice at that point?
No, they're not.
So if you're,
Because really, the audits that we've had, and I'm just speaking for my group, you know, there was one woman who had 3 children during the time frame that her audit came up, and she had not gotten her CEUs. And I can understand why she wouldn't be able to get them, you know. We need to have an avenue for someone to be able to take that time off. And I know Blair had sent me information with the landscapes, so that you can have that period. You can semi-retire your license or make it inactive, whatever the case may be, but not be penalized for all those hours during that time frame. You know, now you've got to have a doctor's excuse or whatever the case may be, and I think the landscape architects had put that in play, which I think is a good reason. You know, that we've got a legitimate reason for them not to be able to do this. And then when they come back, you know, we can welcome them, but I think we'll retain more people moving forward because the age group after us has a different mindset about work, and I think we need to plan for, I hate to say the millennials all the time, but that's what my job is to design for the millennials with the type of projects I do. So,
John, if you go on
We're
inactive.
not all bad.
I didn't hear you. What?
I said we're not all bad.
I know you're not. I've got a lot of my employees, so.
If you should go on inactive status, and by so doing, remove the need for your continuing. Go back on active status, how much of a difficulty is that? And do you have to make up what continuing education you didn't make during that time you were inactive?
The most you have to make up is 2 years' worth, so no more than 24 hours. So if you're inactive for 6, how it's worded here. Okay, here it is. A registrant who lists the registrant's occupation as retired or inactive, if they elect to return to active practice, they have to earn PDHs for each year exempt, not to exceed the annual requirement for 2 years before the person returns to active practice.
So let's take as an example that you just renewed your you're going to have a child, and so you go inactive for a year. So, and then after a year, you go back on active status. For that last 12 months, do you have to come up with 24 hours?
Just 12 if you're only inactive for a year.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Well, that sounds like, and there are other hardships that are not having children that I think probably should be done just on a individual basis. Throwing this out, I'm not saying this.
Well, if we made it generic like what Blair had, and I'm assuming you've shared that with them, or am I jumping? Okay. We put a clause in there that says, if you've got extenuating circumstances, you can, submit something to the board, and each case will be considered. But I think we need to kind of have, a checklist of it's this, it's this, it's this. And of course, active duty, we've already talked about that in the past, so we know that one's automatic on our list. But, we had one case last meeting that the woman was taking care of a caregiver. She had a significant other, pass away, and she forged her information. If there had been, I think, something that she could have realized was available to her, that she could have avoided being in trouble, So she didn't think she'd get caught, but she did. So.
Yeah, and I think the inactive status part that we're discussing, we have that in place now. I mean, now we don't, maybe in our,
Yeah.
here's what you ought to do if this is what you're planning to do.
Yeah.
But we do have that in place. I'm not sure we need a rule for that.
Well, maybe we need to make it.
The military part of it.
Yeah.
It is.
But it's not in
Yes,
the
it is.
frequently asked. Is it in the frequently asked questions?
Have that covered? Or do we need to, again, this is a different issue to me from the carryover.
Right.
But do we have the issue of, the personal exemption or the exemption needed for if you've got.
I don't think we have it spelled out, other than military, so.
But we have the option of going inactive.
Yes, we have that option.
I think what Susan's suggesting is that there be an option in there that doesn't require declaring inactive, because it would be a scenario in which you have an unscheduled family or other emergency hospitalization, et cetera, that would preclude you from it. So it's not like people would say, hey, I'm going to take a 2-year sabbatical and travel a different continent, so I'm going to file for inactive. It's, oh crap, it's December the 26th, and I haven't done any of that. And I still can't do it because I got to take care of this baby. So you're saying a waiver, allow for the board to make a waiver for people who would be willing to admit that they didn't do it. And I think that is totally different than an inactive. And I'm not suggesting we do it or not do it. I just think that that is a scenario that is not covered from what I see, unless someone tells me differently. I don't see that that is covered by the current rules. Is that
And
correct?
I've had questions before about a disability status, because quite a few states have a disability status where they exempt them from CE, but they could still practice potentially. And yeah, we have no provision for that.
A
in
waiver
Tennessee.
other than what we see here.
Does the board have any discretion? I mean, I guess the way you would go about getting a waiver would be to request one. I mean, there would be a process. You
No
request it
provision
and-
right now in the rules for the board to waive it.
So the board doesn't have the ability to waive it, is what you're saying? Okay. Well, that sounds like a whole.
That's the survey
It's a
part
rule.
that you attached, is
Right.
a lot of states have a
Right.
waiver
Yeah, quite a
provision.
few, most do, I would say, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of them do.
Right, we would just add this to the rules, create a draft, or approve the draft, and then send it through the approval process.
That's
Sounds
good.
like we need a motion.
So moved.
We got to state one first.
Yeah,
I thought you did a great job.
I'll make the
So
motion.
how are we
Wait a
gonna,
minute, wait a
how are we gonna phrase this?
I'll make, or attempt to make a motion that the board research and develop language to allow for waivers for registrants in,
Slow down.
okay,
Research.
Yeah.
Go back to research.
okay. That the board research language
Mhm.
to allow for registrants to request a waiver under specific circumstances for exemption from continuing education. A designated amount of time. We don't want it to be endless without them reapplying or. I even looked up the Family Leave Act to see if there was any applications to us, and there's really not. But, you know, if the federal government sees a need for people to be able to leave work and take care of family members in a certain circumstance, then I feel like we have at least a federal thing that kind of says, yeah, it's okay to do that, you know. So,
The only thing in your motion, you request a waiver, and I'm going to underline under specific circumstances.
correct.
That's kind of.
Going to Europe for 2 years is not the circumstance, okay?
Do we
Why
need?
not?
Do we need to somehow
I mean,
tie
let them
down
make
those?
application, and then the board has the,
Well, I mean, we need to discuss as a board what we deem as, you know, specific circumstances. So that's just my opinion, okay? Thank you.
But when it says specific circumstances, somehow we need to define them, or
Well, that's why we need to develop the language.
Be like extreme hardship and maybe
Yeah.
define
Well,
that
that's
further.
good.
Or
Can we
give some
drop that
examples
burden
of
on you?
that. Disability or.
Yes, legal can draft a few options if you'd like to look at them, and that way you can pick apart and see whether or not you want to give the board more or less discretion for deciding. Keep in mind when you create new rules, it is going to decide things for the future boards
Right.
unless they change them. And also with our rulemaking process, a notification does go out to all the licensees to let them know of the updated rules,
Right.
so they'll be aware of these
Right.
changes for the future.
Well, we have an aging population for the baby boomers. And then we have, you know, the younger, hey, I'm right there with you. And then we've got, you know, our young professionals who are starting their families. And then we have those of us who are taking care of parents, you know. So we all have things and, you know, that are going to happen. I've broken my wrist. I've, you know, had a knee injury. I mean, these things, I was out of work for months at the time. And so I don't plan on falling again, but, you know, somebody else might fall. So anyway. No, I'm pointing to them.
Somebody might fall.
Yeah, somebody might fall.
I wanted to go on a mission trip to Chile for 2 years.
There you go. You're not going to be here to work.
Yeah, I think if we just said specific circumstances, there'd be all kinds of stuff coming.
Okay.
Show up. Now, the previous issue that we were
was
discussing
rollover.
was carryover hours.
Right.
And I was trying to think if this really doesn't, they don't really go together, I guess.
They do and they don't, you know.
I was just trying to see how that fit into here.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Mr. Chair, there was no vote on the motion. Do we need to?
Oh, you made the motion, is that correct?
I made the motion.
Susan made the motion. And
Second.
you've heard what the motion was. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Blair did before. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
We have closure.
Not to be confused with closure.
Yes. Now, back to our issue of carryover hours. And until you came in the room.
I know, y'all had it all figured out, didn't you?
Rolling down the tracks.
They were just smooth.
Okay, then I'll just, since I have the floor, I guess. In terms of the interior design profession, it is hard enough to get continuing education classes in health, safety, and welfare to meet our minimum requirements. To make it all health, safety, and welfare would be next to impossible for us, okay? Not that it's not a good idea, not that if I could find it, that'd be great. Now, carryover falls into all of that because many times if we do get a health, safety, and welfare, it may be 4 to 6 hours, and it's typically in the fall. So you're trying to get your minimum amount, and then you may already have some of it, but then not to be able to carry the rest of it over seems like a punishment. Not that we don't need to be active. We do. I definitely agree with that. I've never gone a whole year without getting CEUs, you know, and usually I get 29 or 30 hours a year. But I think we have to look at it in terms of what's the minimum we can require people to do, because the maximum is going to be a pushback. Okay, so.
Well, it is the ability to get CEUs for the interior designers different enough from everybody else that maybe we do it differently for. Because I think from the architectural and the engineering standpoint, ability to find and get the CEUs, speaking for myself, I don't see that we have a problem doing that.
There are plenty of continuing education opportunities throughout the entire year for the landscape architects. And I can't tell you how many phone calls I receive from landscape architects in our region who, at the end of November, 1st of December, it's like the light bulb goes on and they're wondering, oh my gosh, where am I going to find 6 or I need 8 or whatever. But frankly, that's a personality, something that people have to work through. I mean,
yeah, but the interior design people in our office, you know, pretty much it's a lot tougher to find.
Yeah, it is. And
that is it. What's the agent? No, it's not. Yeah. Well,
yeah.
I started to say IDA, but whatever
yeah.
it is, FIDA.
CEDA, yeah. FIDA's gone. CEDA.
Yeah. Finding something that CEDA actually has approved.
Right.
Is tough.
And in our industry, and I'm going to give credit to you all because engineering and architecture and landscape have much stronger infrastructures in terms of organizations that promote that. Ours, at this point, is more industry-based. So someone has a lecture that's generic, but they work for a particular company, and while they can't mention their company's name in order for it to be an accredited CEU, that's where we get a lot of our CEUs, is from that situation. It's not from an educator, it's not from necessarily a lecturer coming in town unless it's once a year at a state meeting. And they may only have 6 hours, because that's about all they can get people to commit to. So it will improve over time as more people require it. And it's still better than it used to be. But I think we've got a long way to go to get to the level that you all are at. And yes, I accept CEUs from the architects, in terms of their classes. But some of these people may not be able to get off from work to go do that, depending on who they work for. So
Yeah, and from what I understand, again, correct me if I'm wrong, but to get CETA to approve something, to be approved, the people that put on the courses say they can't afford to go through the paperwork and the cost. But they'll have something that's AIA approved and CLARB approved and
Does Tennessee require CETA approval to count as continuing education? Because there's nothing restrictive like that on engineering.
Well,
a salesman comes in our office at lunch at an hour and gives a seminar. That counts for continuing education. So I'm like Frank, for engineering, Tennessee is so unrestrictive. There's no trouble to get continuing education. The only reason you would not get it is because you haven't, thought about it or planned.
If a person hasn't been vetted to say that they are qualified to discuss the topic, then it can't be counted as health, safety, and welfare. And if the majority of our classes, 7 out of 12 hours have to be, vetted and approved by an individual, it can't go to that registry and be counted, okay? You don't want to have the majority of your stuff not go through an accreditation process to know that it's really a continuing education and not a lecture. And John, didn't we have someone who had spent 12 hours going through a self-improvement class that had nothing to do with our profession? We can't give them credit for something like that because, again, it's not going through a background check, so to speak. So it needs to have a qualification that says, yes, this is a real continuing education class,
Well, I think the criteria, I don't know, is it the same chapter that has a criteria about it being pre-planned?
Right.
Really not a whole lot else there. Maybe I can't remember the rest of the word.
And a lot of our CEUs have a little test at the end of them that we have to go through. So it's more than just you sit there and listen to somebody. So,
but I guess what I'm saying is, if the person you're listening to it was pre-planned, so there's agenda.
Correct.
That can count. That may not be somebody's personal choice to do that for continuing education, but it does count in the state of Tennessee. If you have a salesman come to the office and he's got a pre-planned presentation to make about, what you do, that counts. And so you don't have to take a course where you take a test.
Well, they have to give a certificate, and typically it needs to have the IDCEC registration on it.
But not for Tennessee, though.
For our profession. See, we're required to have continuing education as a professional person.
Okay, that's what I was missing.
As well as the state of Tennessee.
Okay. That's what I was missing, because we don't.
See, NCIDQ requires it, ASID requires it, IIDA requires it. So we have to have continuing education for those, and they will overlap. But if you don't have the right documentation with it, it doesn't count. So, anyway. I will probably be the only one that votes no. I don't want you all to stop carryover hours, but anyway.
Circumstances. Discussion, does it make sense to have different requirements for the? Our first item that I had down was having them all the same. But maybe that's not a good idea.
In a global sense, it'd be nice to have them all the same, but I understand where Susan's coming from. That all makes sense, and I had no idea that interiors, that your continuing education is being logged in or approved or what have you at your national organization.
Yeah. NCIDQ broke off an arm that did the regulation of our continuing education, and it's a whole organization that you have to pay a fee, and it must be, and I've never asked anyone what it costs, but it's phenomenal because people decide not to do it, so then we have fewer people that agree to, or they may do it for a certain number of years and then they pull out. And so they have to, submit their program. It has to go through the committees. It has to be approved, and then it's assigned a number. And then we have a form we have to complete, and in many cases we have to do, a little test. And so then that's sent in, and it's kept on record for us as having attended that course. So, and I've heard $24,000 to be approved for a continuing education lecturer. I mean, it's a phenomenal amount of money. Now, don't quote me on that, but, that's what I've heard.
That's the reason there aren't a lot of them.
That's exactly. So,
As the industry changes.
yeah.
Wow.
And,
Wow.
well, next NCIDQ meeting we'll go to, we'll push them a little bit. But anyhow, they come, that's not their official meeting. So you can see why people don't stay with it because of that, and I don't know that the annual fee is that much, but it is a hardship financially for people. I shouldn't say hardship. It's an astronomical expense for a business to do that. So anyhow, it's...
may I add also, with the landscape architects, we sometimes will have professionals come in and tell us about something they specialize in that is absolutely health, safety, and welfare related, and it opens our eyes to sort of what they're doing. But they certainly would not go out and spend $10,000, $24,000 to get that pre-approved.
Well, it has to do with, a fire rating, slip resistance, indoor air quality, all of they have a certain number of topics that they allow it to be health, safety, and welfare. If it's outside that preview, it doesn't count. And so, so it's a very narrowed group of topics. And while I wish in general it could all be health, safety, and welfare, it's just a lot harder because of our, little arena, I guess you could call it. So anyway.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to entertain a motion for eliminating carryover hours.
I'll make a motion that we eliminate carryover hours, at least for architecture, landscape architecture, and engineering.
Second.
Add that to your motion, Rick, that the
Some way to
some way to sunset
blend
it.
it.
Yeah,
Yes.
2 years or whatever.
Yes.
Second that motion.
We have a motion and a second to eliminate carryover hours for architects, engineers, and landscape architects with a All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Okay, health, safety, and welfare hours. Talked about it. I'd like to entertain a motion that we require all hours for continuing education to be health, safety, and welfare. Have a motion, okay, so
Second
our motion is exactly the same,
Yeah.
except it has to do with health, safety, and welfare. Eliminate health, safety, and welfare, no, not eliminate. Require all hours to be health, safety, and welfare for architects, engineers, and landscape architects. Susan made it.
I'll say it.
Okay.
I move that all continuing education hours for architects, engineers, landscape architects required to fall under health, safety, and welfare, a sunset clause to be included.
Have a motion on the floor. Do we have a
Need to
second?
amend it to 12 hours a year.
For your continuing education, yeah.
Well,
Say all
do we
hours
need
in
to
case that
define all
changes.
hours?
If the number of hours changes in the future, the current motion would cover that in the event that were to change.
Okay.
I will second the motion.
Any discussion? Yes.
I'm reading from your note.
That's quoting out of our continuing education rules.
So would you like to amend your motion?
The history. It could be
There is
community
Yeah,
development. It could be,
Yeah, there is a description of what that means in our
got that defined. So.
rules.
Well, in,
What page are we on, John?
well, I don't know on the iPad.
Page 18, item 4.
Well, now, page 14,
Page 14.
2L, mentions that some of the content can include technical, ethical, or managerial content. So, some of it, that would not necessarily be HSW. Yeah, there's no definition in the rules of what's considered competency or HSW currently.
Actually, turn to page 18.
But yeah, that's the.
What does that mean?
That's only for architects and interior designers that are reporting hours on a calendar year basis. That gives them an option to do that. There is an HSW definition there for those two professions, but it's only in relation to that provision.
Change to include engineers in that. Right now, we're discussing the HSW. Probably are kind of using that loosely if it's defined in another way in the rules, but maybe there needs to be a definition of health, safety, and welfare. Maybe it's very much
John,
like
Yeah.
We have a
for
policy on
architects.
it. That's probably what you're thinking of.
Well,
We do have a policy that tries to provide
There's-
guidance.
there's a policy that I have looked at a lot, and there's nothing that you would do that wouldn't qualify for health, safety, welfare when you look at that policy.
What?
It's everything.
That's what I'm trying to understand is what
It's-
is the difference if we're
it's-
trying to.
It includes technical, it includes computer classes. If you took classes on computer programs, it includes managerial, project management. I mean, if you try to think of something that's not covered in that list, you'd probably have a hard time. So, but policy's not rule. So I don't know if, I guess,
Look on page 18, part
Okay.
4.
okay.
He says that doesn't apply to, that's for,
Right now, that applies to architects and landscape architects.
right, but not to engineers.
But that,
Your designers.
Your designer.
Yeah, not
You can
landscape.
opt in or out.
Yeah,
So
it's optional.
but that is kind of a concise, I say
List.
concise. It's a pretty long list, actually, but it's a list of what would be considered health, safety, and welfare.
I'm just trying to, if you'll tell me what it is that we're going to exclude from the purposes of allowing it to be considered for continuing education, that helps me to better why I would want to do that. And you said legal, ethical, managerial, when you were talking about examples from page 14. And I would say to you that that's some of the main things that engineers need. So why do we want to eliminate that?
But that, according to the policy, again, is health, safety, welfare.
According to what you're saying, yeah. So I don't know if we
but it
even
doesn't
really
fall under
need this.
professional as being health, safety, and welfare. So
Well, I mean, I'm just saying our board issues a policy that's out right on the website that says this is your health, safety, welfare guide, and our regulatory board, and there it is. It's all there. So, it seems like we would.
Maybe a short-sighted version of it, but almost, I'm thinking every continuing education course that I take, I get a certificate for. It'll say whether it's health approved by the, normally AI, safety and welfare, or not.
But that's not the case for engineers.
It's not always the case for landscape architects.
We don't even have in the engineering profession, we don't have a stamp of approval of like self-governed. It's still up to the individual to sign that they've taken it and it meets the standards of, because there's just so many more of us. So, would underwater basket weaving count? That's going back to the previous meeting, those of you who weren't here. Maybe.
Well, one
It
thing
has to
though,
be relevant to the engineering.
It does.
relevant to
right.
the engineering practice.
That's
but,
right.
Some of those baskets, they're. You ever been to Charleston? I mean, That's right. That's right.
Well, just take an example. Let's say there was some on lead-based paint.
Still
Or the
serious.
landscape guys, but then interior and architecture, it's.
Actually, it's one of the things that I do, so I consider it engineering too. It is. From an environmental engineering standpoint, there's a lot of crossover.
He doesn't even want his mechanical units painted.
Not one of those
lead-based paint.
mechanical guys. That's right.
or civil.
Or-
I think we have a good definition in place already under 4. So I think we
But
need
it
to go
doesn't
back.
pertain to engineers, so that may be.
Right.
Or landscape architects.
Okay.
Where we're headed there is, well, right now, if we need to do this, but for the engineers, we need to give them a.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I go back to the fact that currently, Ricky, don't you think that right now, for continuing education for engineers, it's pretty much self-governance? I mean, you sign up, you take the class, you get a little certificate, you put it in your file. Later on, you go and you do your renewal, and you go, I had to have 12 or 24 or whatever, pending the period, and I had 37. I mean, you just have them.
Yes, there's no clearinghouse.
There's
that
no
we're
clearinghouse, there's no
reporting to
seal of
and
approval.
Keeping them, it's totally, we're keeping our own records.
And I would
Kind of
say
easy.
that there's not, from the engineering perspective, there's way too many disciplines being affected by this for us to say only this topic qualifies as continuing. I mean, there's mechanical versus civil versus. Oh yeah, I mean we'd really. I think we'd be talking about some pretty extensive rule changes that I don't think the engineering profession wants to get into.
Do we need to table this portion of or pursuing?
Motion, did we ever get a second?
No, because we were working on discussion. Well, we had a second, but we need to work on discussion, so.
Okay.
Our discussion is going a different
discussing-
direction.
Well, if we need to rethink it, or is anyone willing to make a motion to?
Withdraw that motion.
Would you withdraw the second?
And I found the page that describes where this thing is, and it's under our AE board website under policies. There's a continuing education for engineers. That's what you hit. At that, it is the continuing education policy for engineers relating to health, safety, and welfare.
iPads, it's on the reference materials.
Okay. Oh, that'd
Yeah,
be easier.
It's included.
Thank you. Now he tells me.
Yeah.
Sorry, wait a minute, page 72. That's the one, yeah, it says 11 at the bottom, but it's actually 72. Yeah, that's the one. Actually have one still for architects, landscape.
Yeah, go through that, and there's
72 is the one for the engineers, yeah.
Is it 72 on the iPad or 72 on?
72 under reference materials, not materials for the board meeting. It's two different documents. Other beneficial topic.
yeah.
Any other thing?
But I
you
mean,
want?
this covers
You know, it's interesting that
legal. Yeah.
your all's perception of health, safety, and welfare and mine are on polar opposites.
Well-
And it's because of the professional differences.
Well, I
That's
raised
right.
this question at our
Yeah.
retreat. This is not in line with other states.
Okay.
For engineers, they don't have this broad a definition for health, safety, welfare. I mean, I answer that like I've read all 50 states. The states I'm registered in do not have this broad of a definition for health, safety, welfare.
Let me say this, we do have a motion to table and a second on the table.
I thought it was withdrawal.
Motion to
they-
Withdraw.
Didn't they withdraw it?
Do we have to vote on withdrawing? Okay, it's withdrawn. But I do think we need to look into the policy and see if that needs revision.
And that would be for the engineering committee, correct? So. Okay.
Landscape is
Yeah.
like that. Okay.
Want to try to schedule another committee meeting at the next meeting? See, like you need that. Oh, also, as far as stuff that would not count as HSW, if you look at the policy for architects, which is on page 70 in the reference materials, this was taken largely from AIA's definition of health, safety, welfare. Bottom of that page, it says that topics that do not qualify as HSW include computer software training and business practices, firm marketing, personnel, and management issues.
Like an Excel course, that doesn't count, right?
But basically, just about everything outside that counts, pretty much, yeah. As long as it's relevant to the practice of architecture, that's the key, of course.
See, under interior design, preservation is not considered health, safety, and welfare. I mean, it's a good idea, and I'm all for it, but we don't consider it health, safety, and welfare. So we don't have enough commonalities between all four professions to have, I think, one policy. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that I agree.
I'm
I
not-
agree with that. I agree. We could
Yeah.
keep these policies for each of the professions, and we might want to edit each of them. But yeah, it seems like it's kind of handy to have.
So I think what would be presented to the board in regards to this issue tomorrow would be that just we're saying that the landscape that works with us meeting again. Can that happen before the next meeting, I guess is the question. The continuing education committee meeting.
Because, I mean, they'll meet next, in June, May 31st, June 1st. Take it up again, maybe at the Continuing Education Committee, perhaps in August, if you want to let those two committees meet and
That would give
discuss it
some
before
time
then.
Be
to,
best, yeah.
you know, that would let the engineering committee talk about it in June, and then come back in August and to this committee.
Go over is, and before I say this, John, right now, the renewals are when it was on your birthday.
No, it varies. We have renewals, of course, every month spread out over a 2-year period. So, it
Renewals
varies.
are not on a calendar year basis.
No,
where I
it's
was going with that.
not. The renewals are not. So you know, your renewal date's going to vary depending on when you were first licensed or how the registrants were divided up when we went to the biennial staggered renewals, based on registration numbers. But anyways, so everybody's probably in here probably has a different renewal date. But the option that we have right now for architects and interior designers would allow you to report your hours on a calendar year basis, even though you may not renew on a calendar year basis. You can you're basically, let's say your renewal date is May 31st of 2017. The hours, if you follow that alternative option, you would report your hours for calendar years 2015 and 2016. It'd be the two previous calendar years. And you would need 12 HSW hours, no carryover allowed under that provision for those 2 years. So that's how that works.
That made it hard on y'all in any way to.
No, just when they're audited. That's really the only time that would be evident to us that they follow that option, is that they would submit calendar year hours instead of the 2 years prior to their expiration date. So administratively, it's not burdensome at all to do it that way.
Okay, so my renewal month is March, and so let's say we go to the calendar year. So I've got my 24 hours, but then when I renew in March, then I'm going to check that box that I've finished them appropriately for the previous 2-year calendar. Okay, that's going to confuse people. I'm afraid
But
it is.
there's an option, right? It's an option.
Right, it
You
is.
can either do just
That
like what
option's
you've been
available
doing,
to
or an
Yep.
option.
Yeah, they could either March 31st is your expiration date, you would do it from, oh, it's coming, April 1st, 2015 to March 31st, 2017. You could follow that cycle or the 2 previous calendar years. You've got that option available. And the reason we did that is it started with NCARB. They were really pushing for more uniformity requirements among jurisdictions. So the option they came up with was to, basically just require 12 hours a calendar year. And if the theory is if every state allows that, at least either requires or allows it, that's going to greatly facilitate licensure mobility, make it a lot easier for registrants to earn their hours.
Yeah, I mean, it
Did, I mean, now it's not a problem.
Well, I think when it came up, we talked about it in October, and the NCEES is got a goal to increase mobility, which part of that is get the states more alike, and the continuing education. Really confusing when every single state is different. So if you can at least, they gave the goal, at least if we can start with the calendar basis, with as many states as we can, that would be a step in the right direction. So when we heard that NCARB, or that really our architects rule was going that way, or had already done this, that sounded like the right step to me for the engineers as well, to allow that option, that would at least accomplish that first step.
State that I'm registered in now that went through a process last year of leveling that up, if you want to call it that, is Florida. It's like changed it to the end of the year, and then they had a thing.
Yeah.
Problem from them, from what I could tell, getting everybody to understand that's what they're doing.
Went through that in New York, where instead of having to do 36 for 3 years, you only had to do 30.
I don't know if that's an undertaking we want to go through or not, but right now, from what I understand, John, all of our professions have the option to do it either way.
Only architects and interior designers at present. So we've
that's
discussed before adding engineers and landscape architects to that rule as well, or establishing a separate rule for them to allow that option for them as well.
And it sounds like the way John described it, you wouldn't have to step through this process at all unless we morph the rule into saying, okay, it has to be calendar year. That's when you would have to do that ratio thing. But
or should our motion, should we have a motion, should our motion be that we provide that option for the landscape architects and engineers? That's the first step anyway.
yeah, right.
And then 5 years from now.
That's right. Somebody else.
Baby steps. You're taking baby steps,
That's
right?
a baby step.
Okay. Would you like to?
I'll make a motion that the engineers and landscape architects adopt the continuing education timing cycle that allows the option. Of calendar
renewing on a calendar year basis, or on your
the current
license renewal
or
basis.
exactly.
Motion from Ricky is that the engineers and landscape architects adopt the new timing cycle that allows the option of calendar year reporting your CEUs on a calendar year basis, or on your license renewal basis. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? If there is no other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And the last, I guess that's the last item. Yes. The last item that I've got, I think we've kind of hit on already, was there are, maybe this is done by the policy version, but in our continuing education rules, the architects and landscape architects and interiors have defined what what health, safety, and welfare. But it only applies to that. Item 4, that's back in the other part. References are on our page 18 and, yeah, under 012005.14. That's defined, and I guess that kind of is part of what we're talking about also is this is actually a rule. And so
Yeah, John, do you know the history behind that? Why is a rule written just for architects?
This language was adopted from NCARB's model rules. Remember, I mentioned earlier that they were really pushing for more uniformity among jurisdictions.
Okay.
That's where this language came from. It's adapted from NCARB's model.
So that was added to the rules because of a push from NCARB, and just there wasn't any push at that point from NCES, I guess. Or
No, actually, at the time we adopted this rule, we asked the other professions if y'all wanted to be included.
Okay.
And the engineers and Bill Lockwood very firmly said no.
Okay.
Mainly because they didn't like the requirement that all hours be HSW, and primarily it was elimination of carryover. Yeah, there was a outcry against that. So y'all were like, we want no part of this.
Is that what's going to happen tomorrow?
It could.
It could. Hey, we're just throwing it out there for their, to see what they think about it.
Their pushback was because we were defining health, safety, and welfare, or?
I think it was mainly carryover and HSW, although that's part of it too. If you add them to this rule, then you've got to revise this HSW definition, right? Engineering and landscape architectural subjects, so problematic.
Okay, Elizabeth, based upon our conference call a few weeks ago and the need to define our professions so that our reviewer, whomever, whatever name that was going to be designated, and I'm really doing a broad question here. We need a definition of each profession so that any law, rule, civil penalty or whatever that is enacted by our board, we have to have a basis of where we're coming from. So backing up the fact that we have continuing education and it's defined as this, and this, and those people that violate and don't have their CEUs or they present things that are not qualified, we need to have something put in writing to back up any ruling that we may have. Am I making my question clear as mud? So.
Yes, I understand your question,
Okay.
But since you've been operating currently without having a definition and just kind of...
I'm going to argue against it, but
Okay.
go ahead.
Well, that's okay. You can
Okay.
change my direction
Yeah.
to the I'm not sure that you would need to define that until, I'm sorry, I'm not sure that you would need to define that for the continuing education requirements until you defined it for the professions. And you as a board could decide to do that. I think we've discussed at other meetings that other states have a more clear definition between the professions, but there are several states that don't. Is that correct, John?
My goal in this conversation
Yes.
is that whoever is going to be,
I misspoke. We are the only one.
okay, yeah. So my goal is with this conversation is that we need to have things as clear cut as possible so that when our board has a ruling, it has a civil penalty, it has a suspension, it has a revoke license, whatever, that the person that's reviewing our, rulings has everything in writing that they can say, yep, they checked that box, they checked this box, and so on and so forth. I don't want to have, and I may not be able to say this the right way, I don't want to have a reason for them to change our ruling because we didn't have a definition. Is that okay for me to say it that way?
Yeah.
Okay. And these people don't know my conversation yet, but I guess they're getting a gist of,
That's okay.
what happened. But
No, I
anyway.
understand what you're saying, and I
Yeah.
think further clarifying that could help to make sure that your ruling stays in place.
John, can I talk about my conversation?
Yeah, about the bill?
Yeah. Yeah, with Tony? Can I?
Sure.
Okay. In our last board meeting, Robert and I were very opposed to this new antitrust legislation that the governor's office is imposing. And it has passed, I assume? Did it pass both House and Senate?
In the Senate, yeah, not in the House.
Not
yet.
the House yet,
Yeah.
okay. So based upon how it is written at the last reviewing that I had, anything that we pass as a board will have to be reviewed by a person within the Commerce and Insurance Department. This person will not have any interest, knowledge, education, or background within our industry because it's considered an outside person to prevent any antitrust situations from occurring. My thought is, my profession is defined within our documentation. Others are not as clear. We need to have everything in our house in order, if you want to put it that way, so that they can't, because of lack of information, because they're going to have to read all this stuff to base their approval of what we've done on what we have in writing. If we don't have it in writing, then they may change our rulings, okay? And this is my viewpoint. I feel like we need to, again, get our house in order in some areas that I know it's going to be touchy and it's not going to be probably something that everybody's going to agree on, but I see this as a preventative measure because we're here for a reason. We practice. We know when people are doing the wrong thing, and we were appointed to make those decisions, and I don't want us to have our decisions reversed. That's all I have to say about it. Okay?
So when you were saying change the ruling,
Yes.
you're actually saying that they could overrule
Yes,
our
they
ruling.
can, based on how the legislation is being presented. Is that correct, Elizabeth?
Yes. So currently, the bill is the North Carolina dental case that you guys have heard about in several other meetings that we've talked about. And really what the bill does is puts in a formal safeguard to protect the board members from violating antitrust. And it helps to protect you from individual lawsuits. So as a board, you would be acting under the state, therefore you would be covered by state protection. But in order for us as a state to meet the Supreme Court requirements, there had to be a supervising official. And currently, the legal approval process that the Department of Commerce and Insurance has right now for the board and the board's rulings was not up to the Supreme Court standards. So this bill makes sure that the board members, you all, would be protected against an individual suit.
Argue with you, but I really don't have a problem with oversight.
Not disagreeing with that, but they need
And
to have
I mean,
something to look at to determine if we have or have not. If we have it in
So we need
place,
to define architects and engineers.
we have ours more so in place than engineering,
Well,
okay?
that's the you mentioned, were you talking about Robert Campbell?
Robert, I wasn't part of
mean-
Robert's conversation. I assume
Okay.
that you all talked to him.
Kathy also.
Okay.
I mean, because he's
Okay.
been the number one
I know.
guy not wanting to define engineers.
Well, I'm just saying, this is my viewpoint, that it may be time to look at it from a different perspective, okay? So,
I don't disagree with that. I mean,
Okay.
we've had a definition for architects that NCARB had together, that my recollection is we didn't have a problem with that.
well,
And then I think landscapes were the same way.
and no
Bill's
di-
not here to disagree,
Right.
but
no
I'm pretty sure there's
disrespect to
Huh?
our, yeah.
but they do have one.
Yeah.
You have one, yeah.
Right.
That's pretty,
But if you look at our
Precise.
caseload, the majority of the people who are in violation are engineers, typically on our caseload, second being architects. I don't think we've ever had a landscape architect case that I recall in the last 5 years. Maybe I've missed one.
Got one right now.
We got one right now? Okay.
Yeah, we do, yeah.
Okay, you know,
bad trees.
It'll be
Yeah.
presented tomorrow.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know, we've had interior designers with, you know, one ethics and the rest has been CEUs primarily. So anyway, I just feel like moving forward, we need to get our house in order so that we can justify in writing, because we're following what's, you know, in our rules and policies and statutes that says we are this and we're doing this for a reason, and they can look at our rulings and say, yes, they've followed their criteria. So that's just my
Yeah,
bailiwick for
the
today.
definitions, if I remember right, came up as a result of somebody practicing architecture that wasn't licensed.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
And so it comes, you know, they can get up here and say, I'm an architect, and where's the tell me why I'm not, you know, that type thing.
And I feel
And
like,
if you've got a definition, then
yeah, I feel like it's time now to move forward with those, you know, and as chairman of the board at this point in time, you know, I'm going to encourage all for us to make sure that everything is written down in such a manner that our rulings can't be reversed because we don't have something spelled out, okay? Is that fair enough? Is that okay, John? Because you know I'm hot about this topic anyway, but, you know. Oh, yeah. Mhm.
be prepared.
And just to clarify, I'm not advocating for or against the bill. More of here to educate you guys on what it says and what it does. Really, the safeguard is just to make sure that you're not prohibiting, you know, the jobs and
Livelihood.
yes, someone's livelihood.
But we are. See, that's the whole point. When we take their license away, we're preventing them from working.
Right, I understand. I
Okay?
guess
That's why this definition, in my opinion, is important, because it says this architect shouldn't be practicing engineering. And in our last big case, last time, an engineer is practicing architecture, and we need to have enough definitions in place that when we make a ruling, it won't be reversed, because we are taking away their livelihood for whatever amount of time, you know, that case may be, or, you know, because we've pulled license and we've had them suspended and we've had them revoked, you know, and we've had them, you know, surrendered. So, anyway.
That guy was, the problem was more incompetence than it was practicing outside.
Well, I guess I brought up my last statement to say that the supervising official would only really step in you know, egregious cases where it seemed that we were restricting people, and not in every little decision that is made by the board.
Yeah,
And he'd have to have a basis for overturning it.
Right.
And then it'd have to be.
Tony, we're discussing definition of the
that's correct.
professions, like you and I were discussing on the phone, the need for them. So, and it going back to part of it being spelling out continuing education requirements that go along with professional, you know, requirements and definitions. So,
Right, right.
Yeah. Great. Did you all have any? I know I just walked in and that Liz has been kind of giving you all probably going through the statute and in the amendment and kind of what it does. And she's been on all the phone conversations that I may have had with anybody about how is this supposed to work and whatnot. And quite honestly, the statute or the amendment sets out exactly kind of how it's supposed to work, and the implementation of that, I'm not sure how it's going to work. It's got to pass first, and then each department, either the commissioner will create that process or will designate that person to be the supervising official, and then my office will be involved with, assisting and trying to carry advice on how to do that. So yeah.
It sounded like a lot of additional work for somebody in the CNI.
So this is completely a joke on the record, but every legislative session creates a lot of additional work for us. So this is normal.
Right.
But yes.
I think we've covered everything, and the last issue is that we're talking about is really not continuing education. So
I did have one other
okay.
question for
All right,
you.
go ahead.
From a former board member, Hal Balthrop. He had, well, he's not the one asking. He's asking it on behalf of someone else. It's a continuing education question about whether something would count as a continuing education activity. It's in regard to participating in an engineering mission trip with a school that happens to be Lipscomb University to design and build projects such as wastewater systems, pedestrian bridges, etc. Where they go on these mission trips, typically to Latin America, other developing countries for these projects. Wondering if that could potentially count as a continuing education activity. Perhaps under education outreach activities, that provision in the rules. So. They're sponsoring it. It's their students that are participating in it.
The mission trips are not for credit, but we have multiple engineering mission trips every year, and basically this is for the mentors that come in from practice, and it's usually like a 4-month process where they plan the trip, and a lot of times there's design involved, and so they're mentoring the students in terms of how they're going to erect the bridge or design the bridge or design the foundation, install it, whatever. And then a lot of times they go on the trip with the students. And that's usually like a week. So they've probably, total, these mentors probably put in, I don't know. I mean, a week. And then meetings that are probably biweekly for several months. So they're putting in, 20 hours before they even go on the trip, at least.
That gives me some insight. What I was thinking is that what John was reading about was some, like me, go on a mission trip and build bridges and water. It's really not that, because the students are the ones doing this. You're talking about their professors or their mentors getting credit for working with them on that.
Yes, yeah. This came from a graduate last year that's working and she almost continuously works with groups, and so she's not really a license, and she knows it's not going to apply to her. But it's those professionals that are going back and doing this work with the students.
That would count as continuing education credit. The only area I think it might count would be under the provision for educational outreach activities involving K through 12 or higher education students. and there's a cap placed on that of a maximum of 4 PDHs per biennium for those activities, so. Oh, on the iPads.
2.
Reference
J.
materials or agenda?
You can go to the meeting materials.
The meeting materials. Sorry.
Right, Rick?
Yeah,
14
14,
and 15, yeah.
2J.
I don't know if it would fit under anything else. Doesn't seem like it would.
Where's the limit on that, John?
It's on the next page.
Next page.
It's 0120.05.07 1F.
Okay.
Based on that, I mean, if we allow it under that category, it wouldn't be a lot of hours, but
They would definitely need to
Some.
document where this fell under if they got audited. So, to help the staff.
y'all feel like that would be something acceptable? Okay.
I think, yeah.
Based on the definition, so.
They were just wanting guidance on that, so.
But it
I
is
think
a
that's
max of 4 per biennium, so 2 per year. So unfortunately, the hours are certainly not 1 for 1, but get something.
It's something.
Something.
Now, the Peugeot, one of the people that work for the Peugeot Center, which is our engineering mission kind of organization, has kind of outlined what the roles of those mentors are. And she had sent me a document. I thought she had sent it to John or somebody on the board. And I can forward that to John, and if you want to have a little better idea what they do, besides what I just told you. So, but I'll pass that on to them. That it looks like it
Up to
should.
4 hours, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks. That helps us understand what we're talking about here. Have any other?
Oh, that's it. That's all I had, yeah.
Does anybody have any other business, old or new? Bring these motions to the board tomorrow, and
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
I heard the second. We don't have to vote, do we?
Yeah.
Was the other committee meeting at 4 o'clock?
Take a 5-minute restroom break. And then we will convene. Meeting of the Grants Committee of the Board of Architectural and Engineering Examiners is taking place in Room 1B of the Davy Crockett Tower at 500 James Robertson Parkway in Nashville, Tennessee, and notice of this committee meeting was posted on the board website on March 27th, 2017. Roll call.
Roll call. Susan Ballard.
Here.
Philip Lim.
Yeah.
Susan Maynard. Blair Parker.
Here.
Frank Waxter.
Here.
You have a quorum.
All right. Our last meeting, we had changed some of the fees for the interns and reduced them and eliminated them. And so part of our discussion, I think, moving forward with Grants Committee needs to be, are we going to do the special grants program? Do we need to tweak it based on our applications last year, things we learned, and then whether we keep or send in a request to increase our grants allowance. So does anyone have comments? Okay.
Madam Chair, you know, it was a struggle the last time to try to get a special project. Moreover, we are all, I would say the majority of us are not academia. So for us to try to struggle with the $20,000, I was wondering whether it would be better. The money, 20,000 might actually put back into the pool and maybe spread out that way and let the institution do what they want to do according to our guideline. That's my suggestion.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that?
I agree with that as well. I found the whole process fascinating. It was my first time to to participate in this, and it was fantastic. I think one of the things we learned through the process is the definition, or maybe we should make sure that we understand what 3 disciplines, as we have it written in the rule or in this policy, have a minimum of 3 disciplines on each team. What does that mean exactly? Because I believe there was confusion amongst that.
And as hard as we tried to define it, it was still interpreted different ways. And the fact that we did not have a large number of respondents, I think, from some of the comments that I heard from other people, they go after $100,000 grants, and our $20,000 grant was not significant enough for them to spend their time. Now, maybe with landscape and interior design, that's a lot of money, but engineering, it's not. So, and the hopes were to get all the groups to work together. So, and I'm not opposed to us, tabling it for now, and maybe we tweak it and bring it back up later. Yeah, it could be a retreat item. See what we can come up with. But if we're not going to be able to be super successful with it, then I think we need to put our energies into other opportunities for the schools. So,
I think if we don't do anything to the rule, by the same token, we don't have to promote this section of it, special project. If people ask, at least we got the money there.
Yeah.
If we're not, then I think during each grant committee meeting, somebody can make a motion and maybe spread the money out to all the colleges. That's my thinking.
I do know that ETSU had a very successful accreditation visit, and so they should be coming on board, as another program that will be receiving funds. Do we have any other, John, that you know of, as far as engineering programs or anybody else that's going to be adding to our?
Yeah, there's MTSU's Mechatronics Engineering
Okay.
Program. They received funding this fiscal year
Okay.
as well, but
Okay.
they're within 2 years of accreditation, kind
Okay.
of like ETSU's interior design program. So,
Yeah.
yeah, eventually they'll be on our
Okay.
official list of institutions.
Okay. Well, we want to be able to continue to give funding as long as we possibly can. So I guess I need a motion that we not proceed or to proceed going forward with our special grants program, and then we can move on to our other topic. So,
John, let me make a motion that we will not proceed. We will not pursue the special project grant $20,000 allocation.
I have a second? Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. That takes care of that. Make sure I'm. So we currently have $350,000. Is that right, John? Okay. So is there any thoughts as to whether or not we ask for additional funds based on these surplus? I noticed that we had an additional 250 plus or minus registrant increase overall for our board, and which I think is wonderful. Interior design even went up by 5 people. So
All professions went up,
yeah,
right?
so that's great. Or do we leave it alone for now and then pursue it at another time?
Sorry.
Oh.
Based on our last visit with Mr. McCormick, and I think they're encouraging us to use all the money that we're asking for before coming forward. I remember that, what committee was it that was looking to, that we were asked to look at reducing the fee? What committee?
Finance.
Finance,
yeah.
So I knew I was in that meeting.
Yes.
And I think until we spend it, the money, and they're going to keep coming back and ask us how to reduce it. I'd rather not reduce any fee, I'd be honest with you.
Okay.
That's
All right.
my thought. Thank you.
Okay. So, any other thoughts? Okay.
Remind me, the idea of reducing the fee came from where?
Okay. Tony has encouraged us to reduce comedy fees or renewal fees. We took away the intern fee for
Right.
registration for, their examinations or applications. And so it really didn't impact our board as a whole. If we leave our $350,000 in place and not ask for more money right now, even though we have a surplus, that will make them happy, and we can move on and accomplish other things. So,
I think from the administration standpoint, they were saying that you asked for 350,000, yet you don't use it all.
well, he wasn't aware, that we had the special grant, and we
Right.
only granted one of them, as you know.
Right.
So we still had surplus funds. So if we use the surplus funds, in full, which I hope we can do, then I'd like for us to look at it maybe in the future. So.
Right, and I think I'd like to bring it up, the retreat, you need to talk at length of how you want to do that.
So.
The school is really in need of money.
I know they are, and that's why.
I'm very much aware of that, so.
Yep. And I still feel like, even though it may not be the responsibility of our board to present grants, I feel like if we are going to promote the health, safety, and welfare of the public, that providing the educational opportunities and equipment for the students to learn, and they're in greater understanding of health, safety, and welfare, then we are, again, in a circle back to what our preview of our board is. So, anyway. Any other thought?
And I agree that this would be a great retreat discussion item.
So do I hear a motion that we maintain our current budget of $350,000?
I will make that motion.
I hear a second.
Second in the motion?
Okay. All in favor? Oh, any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Topics, John?
The guidelines for the grants that begins on page 20, I don't know if it may, I know one thing for sure that does need to be revised on the
Okay.
guidelines, one very minor thing. Under institutions, eligible programs, for interior design private institutions, we still have Watkins College of Art, Design, and Film listed.
Right.
And of course, they lost their accreditation.
Right, they
Or
lost their accreditation,
didn't-
so we need to remove them.
They didn't attempt to renew it, I think.
Yeah, and they
technically,
didn't reply the last 2 years
but
for
we
even
need to
filling
strike
out.
them,
Yeah, okay.
Well, they're not accredited fully yet.
Yep.
They're
Yeah,
still
they've
within
had their
that
visit.
2-year.
It was very positive, and
Yeah.
comments coming back to them was all very positive. So it's just a matter of paperwork.
I think
So,
next year or year after, we'll be adding MTSU and
Okay.
ETSU to that.
so
Because
Okay.
the first paragraph, under solicitation of proposals, it says that the last sentence, that the board shall designate a portion of the funds to be used for special projects. And you've
Okay.
already voted that you're not going to designate funds.
for this year, yeah.
So maybe
Okay.
that shall should be changed to
Okay.
may, or, I don't know. to make
John,
that-
Well, when
Yeah, it
Ben
is
said that
guidelines,
shall means that we're going to do it.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, what page is that on specifically?
Page 20.
20? Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
under
sorry.
Policy,
I
correct?
got,
It's not really a policy, it's guidelines for administering the grants.
Pull sentence out. Instead of
But it's
saying
adopted by the-
in addition to the great.
well, why don't we, if we change may, shall to may, then,
It seems to cover it. It sure does.
yeah. If we change, yes, Elizabeth?
Yes, typically shall means must. So
Must. Okay.
If
Let's
you
see.
want to change it to may, we can do that.
Okay. All right. Then,
May is better than much.
yeah, may means we can or cannot, so, and I don't remember why we changed it to shall. At the time, it made
don't know.
sense, and now
I know it's
I don't
probably
remember.
not written by the engineer, it's probably written by the lawyer.
But I don't
That was
remember.
Before my time.
That was
Yeah, I
Ben-
know.
Benjamin
We can't
helped
blame
with
it on you.
yeah.
No,
Maybe Benjamin may. Actually, I think he did go
yes,
through.
because
We had a
Ben,
lot of permissive stuff, and he changed it to shall.
right,
didn't he?
and see,
Yeah.
that was one of those things that I thought, oh, I didn't realize shall meant you got to, from a legal standpoint.
Yes.
So, a nice little CEU sometime at our retreat would be legal, jargon is not a good word, but,
Yeah.
that sort of thing
Yeah,
that would
be-
help us in general
Okay.
That one word had a totally. There you go, Legalese 101. That's
We
a good
could
way to put it.
probably put something together.
I mean, simple
if you'd like.
stuff that
Yeah.
would help you all because it's educating us.
Right.
And then we could get a CEU for it, right? Sorry, I'm being a smart ass.
Wow. Oh, at least 12.
Yeah. So,
I told John, I don't know if we want to split hairs, but I guess you technically designated a portion of 0, so.
well, that's
that-
good.
that-
That-
But we can work on change.
well, would y'all rather do that designated as a 0 portion this year?
No, I think
Okay.
just change it to May.
Change it to May?
I
Okay.
think that'll be more helpful.
All right, so we need a motion to change the verbiage of the first paragraph under solicitation proposals in addition to the funding set aside for purposes described above. The board shall be changed to the word may designate a portion of the funds to be used for special projects as further described below.
I think there's one other place where that language appears.
Okay,
It's on page 22.
okay.
Under special projects, it's the fourth paragraph. It says the amount of grant funds available for special projects and the number of recipients shall be determined annually by the board. I guess technically that should be.
Well, to me, I read that as the people who are going to be making that determination is the board. If we change it to may, it can be made by someone outside the board. Elizabeth?
Let me look over that and get back to you.
Okay. I mean, this time I think shall is okay. The first one, I think we need a little more leeway. But to me, whoever determines it is based on the shall, should be the board. Okay? Now, as far as the grant shall be available for 2 recipients, the shall there. Maybe we need to. Or the grant shall be available for the number of recipients determined by the board, and not put a dollar amount at this point.
Are you talking about for fiscal year 2017?
Yeah.
That sentence?
Yeah.
You could probably just strike that
Strike the whole sentence.
completely.
Okay.
Because that only applies to this fiscal year. So,
Okay, all right,
yeah, you could probably strike that.
okay.
Yeah, and I would leave the first one, the first shall as shall.
Be determined by the board, but then we're going to strike the dollar amount. Okay. I've got to start making notes now. Page 22. I say we do.
Applications, you mean? For them, the schools to apply for grant funds? Yeah, we do set that each year. So that's something we'll need to talk about too, about what.
We're going to move up the date for you
Right,
all. Okay.
right.
Okay, so I guess I need a motion to state that we are going to strike the sentence for fiscal year 2017, ending in an amount of $20,000 each.
I think the first one, have we taken care of the first one yet? The first
Yeah,
year?
we're going to leave that one because it does need to be determined by the board,
Mhm.
and shall is appropriate at that point. So the second sentence, we're going to strike.
This is on page 22, right?
Correct. We we could leave the last sentence.
I'm talking about the very first paragraph on page 20. When
I'm
you-
sorry.
Shall at the bottom of that, at the end of that paragraph?
We go back to page 20, Madam Chair. I think that's what we were talking about.
Well,
In addition to the grant fund to set aside, and then the board shall, we want to change it to may. That's what I thought.
Correct.
I
Yeah.
make a motion from page 20 of our grant guideline, in the last paragraph, first paragraph, last sentence. In addition to the grant funds shall set aside for the purposes described above, the board shall will be changed to may designate.
Yep.
A portion of the funds to be used for special project, as what it described below. That's my motion.
Have a second.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. So we've got that one taken care of, so let's go back to page 22. Okay. So on the fourth paragraph, our discussion previously was that we would strike this sentence that begins with for fiscal year 2017 and ends in $20,000 each, that sentence would be removed. So I need a motion to state as such.
Make a motion that we're looking at page 22, paragraph 4, and we will remove the sentence that reads, for fiscal year 2017, the grant shall be available for 2 recipients in the amount of $20,000 each.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Okay, I was going to,
Like in Watkins
yes.
College
Okay,
from page 21.
okay. Can I make a motion? I can't, because I'm chairman of the committee. Well, since it's my group, okay. Okay, I make a motion that we remove Watkins College of Art, Design, and Film from our list of private institutions due to the fact their accreditation has been removed. And at such time that they may be reaccredited, then they can apply to the board to be put back on the list, so. Okay. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Just a point of information, Madam Chair. I guess, John, you will write them a letter, right? Or do we just drop them out totally?
Watkins? No.
Yeah.
They don't have an acting chair
So we
of
don't
the
have to worry.
department.
Okay.
I mean, there were 4 students last year that were trying to transfer to other colleges so they could graduate. Was the last contact I've had with anybody. So, tough situation for those kids. So, anyhow, anything else, John?
I think that's it on the guidelines.
Okay.
But, we'll need to set a deadline
Right.
for submittals for this year.
Okay, so let's back it up in reverse. From a time period of you all getting the work done, what do you need in terms of manpower and dates and your travel schedules and all those good things to help
The
you?
way that we've done it in the past, last year was an exception.
Right.
Normally, we have them submit their proposals like over the summer, then the board reviews them at the October retreat,
Right.
the planning session, and then you vote to distribute them at that time.
Okay.
And then that gives us time at the end of the year, during the holidays before the Christmas hits, hopefully to get the contracts drafted. And
Yeah.
so the idea is hopefully by January they're in place so the schools get their money a little earlier. This year they didn't get it until March. Most of the schools got it in March, which is a little later than we would like.
So would you prefer that they have all of their paperwork to you all in August?
I was thinking probably September would give us adequate time because the next retreat is October
Right.
4th through the 6th. So I think if we set it in early September.
Okay,
that
well,
would
let me
be-
back it up from our perspective, because I read every page of that. Absolutely, I read every page. And it's hundreds of pages of stuff. We need a little more time to look at it, because there are things on there that I don't think should apply, but, there's that little leeway that sometimes we give them. So, anyway, I would really love to have 6 weeks to read it, and they may be asking a lot of you all. I'm not kidding. Well, okay, my work schedule, I quit between 10 and 1 a.m. every day, okay? And I
Some of
work
the schools
Saturdays
there.
and Sunday afternoons right now. So
Well, just be
squeezing
aware.
in 3 more hours to start reading stuff is hard. So,
Because generally I don't notify them until I'm certain that the grants appropriation is in the appropriations bill that passes, which
Correct.
that's
Okay.
usually one of the last bills to pass, of
Okay.
course, and be signed by the governor, the appropriations bill.
all right.
So usually that's going to be
And where is
probably July before I know for sure that
Okay.
language is in there.
Okay.
So I would probably notify them either July or August of the availability of the grant funds. Best case would be sometime in July, by the start of the fiscal year.
Have we ever been turned down in the history of the grants? I'm just curious.
No, we haven't.
Okay,
But
all right.
I like to see it actually.
I'm not
in the-
disagreeing, because
No,
I get you like your ducks
Yeah.
in a row. I got that.
Yeah.
Also from a practical standpoint,
But that's the better time for them to do paperwork when they don't have to deal with students.
send it to them July, they're still out in the summer.
No, well, I'm going to back up. I know that the programs in UT are not. That's when their administrative time to get stuff done. So I think if we could give a save the date email, how would that be? Would that be okay to say this is coming? Please start preparing your documentation. Would that be okay?
Because, I mean, they know it's coming. I mean, it's been coming every year since
Right.
2002, so
Right.
it shouldn't take them by surprise.
Exactly.
Especially if we notify them in
Right.
advance.
And saving the date is not hurting anything, correct?
No.
Okay.
It's a good
It's not a
idea.
commitment.
Yeah, we're not promising them.
Okay, so do we need a motion to initiate a save the date, or is that just an administrative thing to help you all?
I think, well, the guidelines, let me see. Make a motion, because the guidelines say that the board sets a deadline each year.
Well, I want to make it so that it helps you all to get it done and gives us time to read it, so.
Like August.
I would love to have, enough time. And, they all come in at a different time anyway. So even if we got them 2 or 3 at a time, it would be, an opportunity to spread them out instead of trying to do a marathon session.
So John, what is the practical, I guess, the question I have? If we let them know in June.
Well, if we let them know, let's say in June at our next board meeting, that they need to be preparing to receive the applications, then it's, in invitation world, it's save the date. So, and then at that point, once you get your confirmation that the budget has been approved, then we can set a date, or we can say from 30 days past the approval of the budget. How's that? Does that work for you? And then it's a generic day.
That
Is
would
that okay?
probably work, yeah.
I'm not trying to make your world harder. I'm trying to make it more of a set time, So,
John, you need to be comfortable. If you are not comfortable, just let us know.
yeah, absolutely.
Because you
Saying-
have,
You're not going to hurt my feelings, okay?
30 days after the approval of the.
I'm just throwing something out there. You tell me what works better for you all.
I'm thinking more of what would be practical for the schools.
Well-
'Cause there's always a few schools, actually, I should say the majority of them. I mean, I don't get them until the deadline date.
Right.
That's just human
That's
nature.
why I'm thinking save the date is putting them on
Might help.
notice.
Some of them, I'm not hopeful that's going to help,
Well-
but yeah.
so we make a deal, maybe do August 31st.
I thought, I think if you wanted 6 weeks from the date that our meeting starts,
It would be the end of August when they'd have to turn them in.
like the 23rd, August 23rd.
Right.
Well, we can make it the 30th for that matter, if you want to.
Or end of the month, and
Well.
maybe our next meeting.
Right.
Make sense?
Because the staff still has to go through and make sure that what they're asking for is,
Most schools start coming back either second week of August or third week of August.
Yeah.
So.
all the guidelines, and then they give them to us to read. So they've got to have time to do their preparation work and make sure that they are still, accredited and all the other vetting that they do before they send that out.
Maybe they, go ahead. Schools, right. August, you said? The 31st?
31st.
Yeah, I think that would be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Try August 31st.
Hopefully it's not Sunday.
Oh, it's a Thursday.
Say the last business day of the month. you know.
Yeah.
As soon as he, is that good for you? So let's, I'm just making it.
Seems cleaner long term.
Well, the thing is, see, if we do special projects, well, I don't know. Yeah. Like last year, we had to revise the guidelines for special projects, and that delayed everything, so.
Okay. Okay.
Can I make a motion?
You
I second that motion.
discussion? Are we going to send a save the date, or do we need to include that?
I could just do that
It's administrative.
administratively.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
That sounds great.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay.
Maybe that'll help some of the schools
Yeah,
that
it
are
could
always
be,
late
you know.
getting things.
Well-
Well, not late, but they turn them in the day of, you know. when
We're,
it's
I
due.
mean, we're all busy. There's no doubt about that.
By the same token, too, when you say about small amount of money, sometimes such a small amount of money, they have other things going on too.
So, so we have a motion to submit proposals by August 31st of close of business. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
And I guess that when I do the save the date thing, I could let them know that we're not doing the special projects funding for this
I wouldn't
year.
even, I wouldn't even mention it.
Well, I'm just wondering if some of the schools might be possibly thinking ahead and preparing
Well, here's the
something. I
other
don't
thing.
know.
We need to have a report from the people that received the
Oh.
special project.
I do have one for you.
Well, yay.
I'm glad you mentioned
Okay.
that. 'Cause it slipped my mind. Yeah, I got a report from, it's not much of a report, but I'll tell you, because they've just gotten started with it. It's from
Okay.
UTC, because they partnered with UT Knoxville for
Mhm.
a low-income community design studio project in Chattanooga. Dana Moody sent me a report on it. She said we are in the process of locating a building in the Alton Park neighborhood to set up our pop-up studio. We plan to get the building ready and to hold community meetings this summer to prepare us to execute the projects this fall. So that's the
They received their
timeline.
funding in March.
Yeah,
So
I
that's
think-
when our clock started. Okay.
Right.
All right.
This is their first report to us. So.
Okay.
And we'll have another one before the next board meeting, or by the next board meeting.
Okay. So, do we feel like we could get some sort of presentation at our next board retreat? We've got some wind going on here.
Yeah, I think, well, it won't be the next retreat because it's, they do the presentation within eight, it could be by the next retreat.
Oh.
I doubt it though, because they're going to be doing the projects in the fall.
Okay.
But it says within 18 months from receipt of the grant funds.
Right,
So,
okay.
yeah, likely it'll be next year sometime when they do the final report on their project. Yeah.
Okay. Any other items of interest? Okay. All right. Is there any other business or announcements or thoughts? Okay. All right. May I have a motion to adjourn our meeting?
Second.
All right. Thank you all very much.